Oh, I think Jean had it done.
Oh, wait, that's the.
It
Well,
is
when
the
you-
camera issue rather. Unplug it
Okay, if
again.
I Push that, does that, that's the camera.
What does it show now?
Oh, it
Oh, it went away.
What went away?
Do you hear us, Justin?
Your new tech support. Congratulations.
Laid hands on it.
Yes, Justin says he hears us.
Okay, then
Okay, thanks.
a little bit
Lindsay.
late due to technical difficulties. We will call the meeting to order and I'll go ahead. I think it's my turn to do the prayer and pledge. Heavenly Father, we thank you again for the opportunity to come together and do the county's business. We ask that we would be diligent in this, that we would not allow our personal agendas or feelings to get interfere with what needs to be done here for the rest of the county. We pray for the COVID issues and what's happening now, the spike in the county and across the valley. And that we would handle that well and use good wisdom in all of that. In Christ's name we pray. Pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America.
and to the republic one nation under God, indivisible.
With liberty and justice for all.
Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Bothell,
Present?
Commissioner Nosker,
Present.
Commissioner Glover.
Here. Okay, we have a quorum, adoption of the agenda. The only thing I see on here that was not on the agenda was the CBRF resolution that Ryan prepared yesterday.
That's correct.
So are there any other additions, corrections, or deletions?
You did receive my proposed resolutions.
Yes.
One would be codification of the vote that took place on September 16th, appointing Commissioner Nosker as the managing commissioner for the CBRF. The other would be a resolution, which I think is already contained within this agenda, appointing Judy Egbert. Nice to meet you. I'm Ryan.
Nice to meet you.
As the interim administrator.
I think just to be clear, for the agenda, the item was on the agenda as to ratify my appointment, but it didn't clarify that it was a resolution. So now we know that's a resolution.
Thank you. So I'll take a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Second?
Okay, motion is second. Any other discussion, objections? Not, the motion carries. Approval of minutes of the previous meeting.
And the minutes that we have are September 30th, the Board of Commissioners, October 5th, the Board of Commissioners, September 30th, Board of Health, September 30th, DSS, and September 30th, public hearing. And I would move that we approve those.
I have a motion to approve the minutes of the meetings as stated.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Okay, we're now done the public comment period. This period where citizens can bring forth items that they don't have on the agenda. And if you limit your presentations to 3 minutes, and of course, no formal action will be taken during this time. You're not here for that? You are on the agenda. Yes, we're good. Thank you. Seeing no public comment, going on to the consent agenda, which will be the accounts payable, the veterans report, and social services accounts payable.
Move that we approve the consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Get down to county official and department head reports. Patrick Sullivan, Road and Bridge, he submitted a report. Are there any comments or questions on that?
Patrick couldn't be here today. He just asked that we just go ahead and read through this on our own, and it's pretty much the same as what we usually get. He's caught up on his on the painting and all the other things on there, so I make a motion to just go ahead and
Accept the report.
accept the report.
Got a motion? Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Okay, that's accepted. So we're down to general business and administrative items. The first item on here is Coralie and your lease.
It's not due until February 28th, 2021.
Can you come up so we can get you on the microphone? You can socially distance as best you can, but you can do
I
that.
can speak louder if you want me to.
I don't know if it's picking it up or not. Yeah.
It appears to be,
I think it's not very,
not very
loud, so pick any chair you want.
Get situated here.
Okay. Coralie, what do you got? Your lease expires February 2021. February 8th.
2021. I'm just curious, like I say, I was still out in Oregon at the time that he started the hangar.
Uh-huh.
So I wasn't really brought on board until I moved here about what's happening. But anyway, he built the hangar, got that all taken care of, and then anyway, I'm just curious, we've been here 20 years, so I'm here to feel where you stand with me staying out the airport.
What is your preference? What would you like to do?
Well, I've checked around the area. There's no way that I can afford anything outside of staying at the airport. The only thing I have to worry about is mice. That's the only thing I worry about. But yeah,
And so if I'm understanding you, you'd like to stay and extend the lease or something? of that nature.
yes, right.
What about the hangar itself?
I'm
That's on a
trying to-
separate lot, isn't it?
No, it's written under one contract.
But it's two separate parcels.
That's correct.
So you have your home under one parcel and then the
Mhm.
hangar's on another.
That's correct.
Are you wanting to keep the hangar also, lease?
Well, that's another thing. I've been asked of people when they found out that Don had passed and
Right.
what we're gonna do with the hangar. Some wanted to know if they're gonna be okay to me to sell the hangar and the manufactured home together. And I said, I don't know. That'd be up to you guys to what you're gonna do, what you want to do. And so, but then once again, I've been approached to have separate leases, one for the hangar and one for the manufactured home.
Mhm.
So that, if that's the case, then I'd have the lease for just my hangar, which have a separate entity where I could sell the
You
the
could sell
hangar.
the hangar separately to somebody else and they would take over
Mhm.
that lease.
Because I've been also asked if I wanted to rent the hangar. Well, see, I use that as my garage.
Mhm.
So it's been very stressful trying to figure out I go hot and cold. But I couldn't, I know I couldn't stand to have, I'm trying to sleep and someone came in, maybe let's say 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning and opened up the hangar. And of course my car's in the car or in the hangar as it is. So So I thought if I do that, I might as well just go ahead and sell the hangar by itself.
You'd be interested in doing that then?
Yep.
potentially?
Yes, I would. In fact, I'm almost cleaned up on the hangar as it is. So, oh, that's been something else.
Have you been approached by anybody interested in just buying the hangar?
Yes, when my sister was out here for a garage sale, or whatever, we had some pilots that come by and from Texas mostly.
Mhm.
But once again, I just haven't really figured out what I really want to do. But I know, like I say, it would be my best to stay because there's no way I can afford to even move the hangar. I mean, the manufactured home. And I've been, like I say again, I've lived here 20 years, so, and I've been told by some people that I've been grandfathered in. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how that works with you guys. That's what I don't know either. So that's why I'm here today, to find out what you feel is what should be done.
I assume the grandfathering has to do with the arrangements you had initially where you were kind of custodians of the airport or keeping an eye
Well,
on
that's,
it.
see, that's another thing. I just, maybe I was told that. I don't know. I just, it's been over my head a little bit. I mean, so maybe Don knew and didn't really relate to me, but then I'm glad that before he passed that, I got it where my name was on the lease. At the time, it was just him,
Sure.
between him, Vern Rominger and Doug Davy and all
Right.
them that were at the commissioners at the time.
Questions, comments, thoughts? On how to proceed on this?
We're gonna definitely have to take a look at what we want to do with our plans going forward, but I think we need to take a look too, if she's got a hangar possible for sale, maybe we can find somebody interested in doing part of that and get it started anyway. Help free up some funds.
Suzanne, you're airport savvy. What do you
Well,
think?
I guess my thought is that the original arrangements were as airport caretakers,
Well,
and that was the purpose for it,
well,
for
see,
having the house.
see,
there.
Don was Vern Rominger's classmate of 1946. And so that's how we got to stay on or how we got to put the home and everything. And if it was meant that we were caretakers, I don't know if I'd never really, if I was told, I'm not saying I wasn't, I don't know. I mean, just that that's what the agreement was, that we put in a restroom for the pilots and that. And then I forget when it was, but as long as they had as soon as they built the clubhouse there, I was told that I didn't have to worry about the restroom anymore.
Well, and didn't they put in a porta potty
Well, they had a
quite
porta potty
few years
later.
ago?
No,
Or
it
a few
wasn't.
years ago?
Yeah, but we were the only ones at the time.
Okay.
So, Tom, you want to weigh in on this a little bit?
Yes,
If you can,
please.
so we get a good recording.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I know this has been a topic of discussion. Has the advisory board come up with a position?
The
on it?
advisory board has discussed it. We haven't done any motions or any decisions. The feeling of the advisory board is we don't want to kick her out.
Right.
But there's a couple of constraints that you're looking at. One is if she renews her lease, the way the lease is written, it's 25 years.
Uh-huh.
Which she can do that, and pay year to year until she decides to do something else and then transfer the lease. The issue is the house. We don't want anybody else living out there. We don't mind Coralie living there,
Sure.
but we don't know what we're gonna get in the future. I know a few years ago it was mentioned, well, maybe the county might look at buying it or might end up with it eventually, but then what are you gonna do with it? You gonna rent it out? It wouldn't be my advice. I mean, who are you gonna get? You just don't know who you're gonna get. So
What year manufactured home is it?
2000.
Okay.
Yep.
So my suggestion, this wasn't from the board, it was just my suggestion to Coralie was to look at the possibility of splitting that lease so that she could sell the hangar, so that that would be unencumbered by the house. Right now, if she sold the hangar, the house is, it's all tied together.
Because of the lease ties it together.
Right.
So
The
we have
lease-
a lease on 2 hangar lots, basically, one of which has a house.
Yeah, and actually, I'd have to look at your lease again. It seems to me that they combined the two back in the day, so it's technically a
Well,
lot.
it was written up just that, is on 5 and 6 or whatever. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, half of number 5 and half of
Okay.
number 6. I mean, whole of 6 and half of 5.
Which,
that was-
which part is the hangar on, which lot?
My guess that would be on number 5.
And it's half of number 5?
I'd have to have a plat map in front
I'm
of me.
almost thinking it would be the other direction that.
Well, the
house would
reason
be
I say
5
that,
and
the reason
number-
I say that is because there's a large amount of distance between the hangar and the next hangar. More than,
More than you would normally see.
Yeah.
So we don't know exactly where it's sitting on the
right,
lots.
which you can find out. But again, going back, to my suggestion to Coralie is if she wants to sell the hangar, come to the board, the commissioners, see if they would be willing to split those two so that the hangar could be sold unencumbered. And then possibility of a year-to-year lease on the house.
Do something else on the lease, not a 20-year
No,
transferable lease.
Right, just a year-to-year that she could pay
Just a year-to-year direct.
direct
Right.
until she figures out what she wants to do.
Well, we can't plan ahead 20 years. At
no.
least I don't.
Um,
Um,
So I think it makes, what Tom is suggesting makes legal sense to kind of split the two. If you're likely to have somebody who's gonna be able to come in, there's a lot of interest out at the airport,
Right.
buy the hangar, then I think that's something that the board can easily address in terms of a new lease or
mhm.
even prior to the expiration of that lease, doing some kind of assignment. I don't think you want to set yourself up for a long-term lease on the house. Doesn't sound like
No.
anyone's really inclined to do that anyway. And then I also would, given that the current lease form allows for the right of assignment and assumption upon request, I would kind of custom tailor a lease agreement that it wouldn't include that right. Because if the board is so inclined to allow Ms. McAllister to remain on the property, you don't really want anybody else living out there, save and except for certain circumstances that I can't imagine right now. So I think to have separate lease documents and to separate the leases with respect to those parcels would make legal sense. And we're in the fortunate position of having that lease expire here early 2021.
Mhm.
And so we can plan for that pretty soon.
That's why I came in today to get that, so we could do that.
I'm also thinking possibly put in a clause that says that nobody else can move into the house, that if for some reason you choose to move out, that somebody else can't move in while it's, a year-to-year lease. And let's say
Sure.
for some reason you moved out 2 months into that year,
Mhm.
that nobody else would be allowed to move in.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was talking about, being a direct Coralie lease year to year.
Mhm.
So when you're done with the house goes away type thing. So
Mhm.
Whatever we do then.
whatever happens
The
then.
main concern right now is we have some flexibility on the hangar. Separate lease for that. That gives
Mhm.
you options there. Lease for the house, which provides you with a home.
Mhm.
It keeps you in your home. And enough protections in there for both of us.
Mhm.
So is there any, Ryan, is there any reason why we can't approve that today? Is there anything else we have to noodle over on that?
I think you can approve generally the idea of her remaining on the property and separating the hangar from the home. Obviously, I think you're going to want to specify terms in the contract and what that looks like at a later date.
Okay, but we could approve at least the concept, details to be worked out later between Coralie and the county, which would be county attorney. You guys good with that? I'll take a motion that, the main thing is we're splitting the lot,
Second.
splitting the lease.
Mhm.
Right? Got a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right. How's that?
That's fine with me.
Okay. Anything else for us?
So,
What else you got?
so when it, well, like I say, March the 1st is when, of course, the new lease would be.
Mhm.
So if I don't have a buyer by then or whatever, then I'll just have the lease.
You'll have the 2 leases.
Yeah, okay. And then how much, okay, I pay $210.38 for a year. That was my lease amount. So how much would I have to pay extra come March 1st?
Okay, that goes back to the new, are you under an old 25-year lease where it was 200 and something a year?
Yeah, so it was
Well,
way
and-
back.
And I think there's a clause in there that can't go more than 2.5 times that amount at the renewal of the lease.
Okay, and that's $600 a year then approximately, 500 a year.
Yeah, but bear in mind, you're gonna be splitting the hangar.
So we've got 2 leases there.
My advice, and it's just me, if you split those two, would be start a new lease on the hangar,
A 25-year lease on the
Yeah,
hangar. Go
brand
forward,
new.
Brand new.
Because right now it's assumable, or
Mhm.
transferable. So my advice, if you're gonna split it, would be the direct lease to Coral Lee for whatever you determine
Mhm.
price
For the
wise
home.
for the home.
Right.
The hangar, because what she's talking about now, the 238 is for basically the 2 lots.
Right, which was
Yeah.
very attractive, but there were other conditions on there about what was going on.
Right.
So your recommendation would be that when we do this, that we start a brand new 25-year lease under current terms for the hangar site. The home site's going to be a year to year.
I would also recommend that the hangar goes at the current rate for lots, which is what, 600
a
lot,
year. Uh-huh.
which falls right in line with what she would be paying anyway, so.
And then,
And then as far as the house, it did be up to you to determine how much do you want to charge to live out there. She's paying 238 a year now? Roughly.
What?
something close to that
What,
for the house,
Your current lease, how much are you paying?
210.38
210.
for everything.
for everything.
Okay.
And I pay $200 a year for
Water.
water.
Okay. So your rent would go up on the hangar, which is incentive to sell it. Right? That gets that out of off
Mhm.
your back. Then the question is, how much do we charge for the land lease for the home? Recommendations?
I'm kind of thinking if we do it on a year-to-year basis. Should we keep it the same? I don't know, what would the airport, did the board?
We haven't talked about that because
Talk
we
about
didn't know where that would go. We haven't talked fees or anything.
If we left it the same, it's on a year to year, because that's a financial hit for somebody to go from $210.38.
Sure, and then she's on fixed
to,
income as well, I'm sure.
to $1,200 a year or whatever it might be
Mhm.
otherwise. And it is a year to year. Something we might think of in this negotiation is if we give her consideration on the rent, if there's some option to, we got to figure out what happens to the home when you're no longer there. And you might want to think about that in the negotiation. You had one time, Tom, had said that it might be advantageous to have that home site in case Guardian Air, whatever, Eagle, whatever they're called, needed a place, TDY for crews.
And it's
Mhm.
already sewer and all that kind of stuff that we have. I drain from Browns every 2 years usually.
Okay.
Yeah.
In which case, then maybe the county buys on a lease thing with whomever, Guardian or whomever. But what we want to do is get a level of certainty for her that she knows that she's got a place to stay, gives her the option to sell the hangar. And since the house is not being used as a hangar site, right now, it's a separate kind of lease arrangement anyhow.
Right.
So I'm assuming that the board could just decide what they want, what works for them. And for Coralie.
So do we need a motion to say what we think we want to charge for rent or?
You can make a motion. You can make a motion to whatever you decide would be equitable and it works for her also, Coralie.
Personally, I don't have a problem with leaving it where it is, but I don't know where the board, I mean, it's ultimately up to you guys. As an airport advisory board, we have not discussed that, so I can't speak for that board.
Okay, I guess I would make the motion that we separate the two lots, that the hangar lot would start a new lease that would be at $600 a year.
Hmm.
The house, that we keep it at the 210.38. That would be my proposal.
On an annual, a year-to-year lease.
On a year-to-year
Mhm.
lease, and in that lease that it would say that it was not assignable, and that if for some reason you weren't living in the house, that nobody else could live there.
Okay, that sounds fair.
Brian, you think that gives us clear enough guidance?
Yes.
Okay, so we have that motion.
That was my
Second.
motion.
I got a second. Is there any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Does that work for you?
Yeah, that's fine. So they, oh, well,
Now,
that's pretty
one
good.
more thing.
I'm just saying, after 25 years, 600, is that how you come about for the, on the new lease for the hangar space now, huh?
That's a new lease.
That's
rate,
not
yeah.
bad either.
The new lots that we put out to the west,
Mhm.
that's what the smaller lots are going for, so.
Oh, that's not bad. Still, it's a good
No,
deal.
it's a good deal.
Oh, yeah. So come March the 1st, then I come in here and I'd sign a new, if I don't have the, like I say again, the hangar sold by then, I pay $600 for a year.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
For the hangar. site.
Mhm.
And
Okay.
my guess is that if you sell the hangar between now and then, that we would probably have to do the lease at that time
For the new person that
for
buys it.
both of them, because you'd be separating and you'd have to have a new lease on both of them. Is that correct, Ryan?
I think by selling that and, yeah, I think substantively that is correct, that it would substantially modify the facts and the terms with respect to the existing lease, that you would want to have new lease agreements. And I think even prior to the expiration of the lease on the 28th of February, it makes sense to have a new lease drafted and ready to go,
March
even if you
1st.
haven't sold,
Mhm.
so that it would be effective March 1st, but those terms would already have been executed.
Okay.
No 38 cents.
So come March 1st, then I'd come in here and sign my new leases for that.
Right. You come in earlier and sign them
Yeah, we'll-
effective March 1st.
Okay, and then I can pay them that when.
Or if you sell the hangar between now and then, we'll take care of it then.
Okay. All right.
So we have a clear understanding what the intent is. And it's written down, so.
And I would just suggest that if it looks like somebody is expressing interest in the hangar
Mhm.
and that it might sell prior to then, that you give the board a heads up so that
Sure.
you can kind of work through that process.
Right, and I'm
together.
sure they would call, I'd have them contact you guys too, as being the new owners.
Anything else?
I was just dreading how it's gonna work today.
It worked out, didn't it?
Yep.
Work out for you?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, I don't, and then, but what is nice is also that I don't have to worry about opening up the restroom now. I've already gotten that taken care of. And if they wanted, if they decide that they wanted to have the restroom, they'd have to have it okayed by you guys, because it's in the hangar, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
And that hangar's all by itself. We have the restroom facilities right
Oh,
there
yeah.
in the
That's-
pilot lounge,
and
so-
that's how I got to close down, because you built, like I say, the clubhouse.
So. Yeah, we're good. So your restroom is off the books now. as I see
Okay,
it,
Yeah.
right?
Yes. Mhm.
It was easier than you thought, right?
Oh, like I say, I'm a word warp, so I don't know. Well,
Oh, now
thank
you
you.
have one less thing to worry about.
I
There
guess
you go.
so.
You've got-
Yeah.
Your home is secure. How's that?
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it very much, guys.
Tom, somehow you didn't end up on the agenda, so I wasn't sure if you were coming in or not. But you're here and we're talking airport, we might as well.
Yeah, if I can just take 15 minutes of your time.
Sure.
The reason I wanted to talk to you, is that yours, Corley?
No, it's,
Okay.
Thank you, Corley.
thank you.
You all right?
I'm a little bit nervous shaking.
All righty. Here, I'll get that for you.
Thanks, Corley.
Thank you.
Anyway, at our last meeting, about 10 days ago, the board had a couple of determinations, motions that passed. I think I sent you an email. One in the primary, well, the top two are kind of mingled together. The one being Jay's position, which, he's done the end of October, but he's talked about staying on for a while if we need him. The board looking at it, you got your mileage out of Jay. That guy did more than full-time work out there for part-time pay. The board was concerned if we're looking at a part-time employee to replace him at 20 hours a week, what level of service we're going to get. So the board made a motion and passed that I bring it to you guys and talk about a full-time position. The obvious question is, how do we pay for that full-time position? That brings up the second item I want to talk to you about, which is the Jet A fuel. We find ourselves in a position right now. I think I emailed you a copy. This is the quote for the fuel tank that Brian Dahl got from that guy. Basically, that is and the board looked at it, we would suggest a 12,000 gallon tank because it adds more flexibility and when you get your tanker loads. So, but looking at that is roughly $40,000 delivered to Del Norte. That's a double wall tank with the infill plumbing. What I would do is get a hold of this guy and talk to him also about delivery. We looked at a Jet A fuel system a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, from the people that did our 100 low lead tank, and their quote was $147,000. Now that did include self-fueling capability, and come to find out that adds about $40,000 to the price. When you're talking turbine equipment, that's not the preferred method of fueling an airplane anyway. Okay. Alongside this, Ron Ecourt, who has Mountain View Aeromotive out here, was the FBO, was the jet fuel guy in Alamosa. He has a jet fuel delivery truck that he's willing to give the county. So if we're looking at that tank without the self-fuel capability, where we would just have the capability of loading the jet truck, driving it to do whoever needs the fuel, we can save about 40 grand.
On the price of the tank.
On the price of the tank.
But that drives us back to who runs the truck.
Drives us back to who runs the truck, which drives us back to, let's look at a full-time position. So let me tell you this about Jet A. Your 100 low lead out there, we go through about a tanker load and a half a year so far, about 12,000 gallons. Our markup on that fuel is just a little over $1 a gallon. If you take my airplane, I generally fuel here, I pick up about 64 gallons at a time. Okay. Let's take Brian Dahl's airplane. His airplane holds 291 gallons of fuel. He would be taking probably 200 gallons at a time. Okay. When I looked just a couple of days ago, wholesale Jet A right now is at $1.09. If you look at our local competitors, Creed's at $4 retail, and Alamos is almost $5. So if you had 20 cents a gallon for delivery, let's call it $1.50, and let's say we're retailing it for $4, you're looking at $2.50 per gallon.
Net.
Net.
That's net of,
At the holes in.
we have to pay the guy to
Right.
pump, so we had that.
Right,
We
but
don't have to
where
do
I'm
right
headed
now.
with this, John, is we have budgeted for 20 hours a week through a part-time employee. And I understand a full-time employee costs more than just what you're
Consider-
talking,
yeah.
due to, benefits and insurance and all that stuff. So I understand that costs a little more. What I'm saying is in an 8,000 gallon batch of fuel, that first 8,000 gallons, you're looking at about $20,000 in profit,
And
which is basically the other half of that full-time employee's wages.
the Price emailed me and said he used about what was it, $3,000 a year. not
3,000 gallons.
a year. Okay, and the other
So
guys that-
that's almost, just between him and Brian Dahl, you're looking at half of that tanker load already.
Brian Dahl only comes out a couple times a year.
Couple of times a year, but if you're looking at 200 gallons a pop, if it's twice, that's 400 gallons.
Right, so we're looking at 3,500 gallons.
Right, and then you have Dr. McVicker,
He
who
sent
comes
an
and
email.
goes. He's his very similar airplane, so he's looking at 400 or 500 gallons a year.
So we're looking at about 4,000 on a 12,000 gallon tank. Jet A requires circulation,
No,
grist,
it will have to have Prist added, so there's a little additional price on that.
okay. The filtration on it, the maintenance of the tank and all is gonna be
Right.
higher. So, we would, obviously, to make a final decision on something like that, we need to know what our total cost is gonna be versus our expected revenue and what our return on that would be. In terms of how long it would take to pay off the tank. And at some point, I'm assuming that we would have to do the plumbing for the tank, because when you and I talked,
Well, what I'd like to do is get a quote from this gentleman, ask him get a quote for the plumbing to the truck. Because that quote includes the plumbing from the truck to the tank,
right,
but not the return, which only involves basically a pump and a filter. So I don't know that it'd be that much, but I don't know.
well, if we had a full quote on this,
Yeah.
a turnkey quote like we had. from
What
you,
I'm looking for today is the approval to go ahead with that quote, see what that's gonna cost. I didn't want to go any further because I didn't know if the board was gonna say, no, we're not interested, or yes, let's pursue it. So I'm just laying out the case that we need it. I'd like to look at it.
I think it doesn't make much sense to talk over. I mean, it does on your end, what you're looking for from us, but I think we need to have that full thing lined out so we can actually make a dollar since approach this thing. Because obviously the $20,000 profit was talking about, it's not going to hit the end of the hose. It's going to hit, there's going to be other things involved in that. The Kristen, you have to add to it, and
Sure.
labor and all that stuff. So it's going to make a difference, but
Sure, credit
not
card fees.
significant. Yeah, it's not significant enough to say no, but I think
Mhm.
we'd have to have the full price, say what it is. If it's sitting on the ground, what's it going to take to put it in that truck of Ron's?
Now,
The other half of this is the financing of the tank, but I just wanted to make sure you understand where we're at with that. In my email, I had told you 20,000, because the CDOT has made the offer for the next year that if the county puts up to $25,000 towards Jet A, they will match that.
towards the tank
Yes.
infrastructure.
So
Okay.
basically, instead of 40,000 plus that, we're looking at 25.
Yes,
2025.
2025.
You
Now, there's
mentioned
also,
the RAC.
the RAC funding is possible. There was, what was it, 64,000 of whatever their budget was in September, it wasn't funded. So Martha reached out to me and said, hey, if you're interested in some funding, now she did say that Rio Grande County's only looking at 10,000 in RAC funds. If there are other grant requests, those will be funded as well. So we may not get the 10,000. She did mention we should look at partnering with Saguache County because they stand to get more. John, I don't know if you had a chance
I
to
did talk
to.
to Ken Anderson. He was gonna check with Jason, who's on the
Yeah.
RAC committee. They have not gotten back to me.
I did talk to Jason a week ago.
Okay.
Because he's on the RAC committee, he can't do anything. His thought was RAC Saguache funds should stay in Saguache County. When I pointed out that the Rio Grande National Forest share a common boundary, he kind of, I don't know. I don't think that's very likely.
So you don't think that they're gonna support this from their end?
I don't, maybe they'll surprise me.
But this needs to be done by October 30th, doesn't it? The application.
Yes, I think their meeting's November 3rd.
So whatever we're gonna do on that application, we have to have it in by October 30th.
Yeah.
And that would, if we made that application and we're rejected, that tells us where we are financially.
Right.
If we're accepted, that tells us, and you're confident in the CDOT 25,000?
I asked Jay again a couple of days ago and he said, yes, that offer's out there.
I'd like to see it in writing.
Well, I did reach out to Caitlin at CDOT, but she hasn't reached out. So, but I will get that. I'll see what these guys can get us a new quote. But anyway, if we were to do 25, the state did 25, there's 50. That covers more than likely the tank and the delivery system.
And then we've got the install, which will be, you've already got the pad poured.
Yeah, the pad's there, the electricity's there. We did all of that with 100 low lead.
And
So we
then
could get into
we've
this
got
pretty
a
cheap.
12,000 gallon fill is going to be about $18,000.
Actually, say $1.20, you know, based on today's price, you're looking at about 10,000.
Okay. To do a 10,000 gallon fill,
No, that'd be an 8,000 gallon.
or an 8,000
Yeah.
gallon fill. Okay. Yeah, which brings us to condensation and things like that, and the filtration system.
Yeah, here condensation's not a huge deal. I mean, the average day our humidity is like 17%. As far as the CDOT funding goes, like I said, we have an opportunity right now because that 25,000, I'll verify that. When that goes away, we're not looking at CDOT funding for a long time.
Well, and to me, what this looks like is not only a good thing to have at the airport, but potential future income revenue for the airport.
Creed,
And-
I checked with Mona this morning. She doesn't know the exact amount of fuel that Creed sold. They bought a 4,000 gallon tank. But she said they filled it 3 times last year.
So they sold about 12,000 gallons.
Well, and basically just from the letters that we've gotten,
They sold 12,000 gallons for the fuel at Creed.
Oh,
Yeah, but they
yeah.
got rich
Wow.
guys up there.
That's cool.
Yeah, they've got 3 people that come and go in jets all the time. But it's one of those things, it's one of those, if you build it, they'll come.
and I think based on just the people who have already committed and said, I would buy this much. And then I'm sure there's other people.
Oh, yeah, you'll sell.
And so I think it is a good potential revenue.
So we need to get kind of a.
Yep, I will get fresh numbers for you.
Okay. Then the RAC, the practical limitation here is the RAC grant. When do we have to have an application for the 25,000?
I don't know that there's an application per se. I think it's one of those, because I think it's part of our CIP already.
Okay.
I think it's, we buy the tank and they refund us
If we
25,000.
Get clear,
Yep.
a commitment on that. Then this, as I understand, there's about $95,000 left out of the $250,000 we had set aside at one time at the airport. So potentially there's money there if we don't have to build another taxiway or something. If we have to build another taxiway. And as I look at the budget right now, it looks to me like in the general fund, we're going to be about 1.2 to 1.3 in the hole next year. So we've got some balancing act to do because we have huge demands on the county now. And I'm just giving you a background. Potential general fund obligations for activities that have been funded by grants in the past. There's the potential, there's no certainty, but what we are facing is a very uncertain demand on the county revenue. So all that has to be factored in.
Sure. That being said, the airport fund is pretty secure. You know, you can't really use it for anything else. So
Yes and no. Yeah, on that reserve part. So the RAC is the driver on this right now.
would you like to make me do that application? I did it last year. I can
Take a
do
look
it
at
and
it.
Put your name on
Judy's
it.
going to be, according to the resolution, the grant person. I don't know, that means she just administers and oversees or writes.
No, nobody knows the answer to that yet.
Okay. But within the next few days, not stretched out weeks, because we got to get it done.
Well, let me know. It takes, it took me last year, maybe 20 minutes.
Okay,
It's all online.
sure. Then,
I would think that it would be appropriate for Jay to do it.
it goes out over our signatures, so I definitely want to take a good hard look at it.
Oh, yeah, that we
Okay.
should sign.
Last
it,
year,
but that,
you just did electronic over my signature, I think, right?
Mhm.
I didn't even see it.
Well, there's no real way to print it. You fill out the online form and submit it.
So, the 10,000 is the near-term deadline. CDOT, you're gonna get clarification on, you're gonna get a bid. It won't take you long to get that.
No, I'll
And if
have
we had
by
that all
Friday,
bundled
probably.
together.
Yep,
Then,
I will get that.
and then, sounds like Jason Anderson is not on board up in Saguache right now.
He's not, I'd still like to hear from Ken. If you hear from him, let
I
me
can't,
know.
well, he was gonna check with Jason.
Yeah.
You know, so we ended up in that circle again.
Right,
And then Jason apparently is not even living in the county right now.
no.
So I find it interesting that he wants to spend the money in the county he doesn't live in. But
Jason's an interesting guy.
I
That's a
don't know him
nice-
well.
No
We'll
comment.
let
Yeah.
we'll let it go at that. I think Ken Anderson, unless they have some other use for those funds in the county right now that they're applying for, my sense was he would be in favor because of the firefighting capacity. Also, on the-
Jason did say, he didn't say how much was allocated for Saguache County.
Mhm.
He said apparently there was a fair amount left over from September. If someone in Saguache County were to make that application,
they would get priority.
they would get priority over fencing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But if there was an application to give us the money, if those other ones were unfunded, it would roll downhill to that last one.
Mhm.
If it was the only thing left, then that would be funded. If somebody in Saguache County wanted to put an application in.
Sure.
But they haven't yet.
We don't know. Now, which ranger division is that in Swartz County? Do you know? It's not under Martha, is it? She's the divide district.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
So the next-
I'll reach out to Martha and ask
By
her
the end of
that.
the week, can we have some answers?
Oh, yeah.
Can we get together on this?
Absolutely.
Does that work? Yep. And then we can get this out to the board, and if it's some of those things we gotta do right now, we can do it a couple of ways. One is approve application for the RAC grant contingent upon everything else coming together. We could do that. That way we've already got it approved, and we just get a signature on it when it's ready to go. Otherwise, we're stuck waiting until the end of the month on that. And I'm assuming that we need to kind of get on this right now. If we're gonna do it.
I would move that we approve the application for the RAC grant.
Conditioned upon getting this, all this
Well,
put together.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll get the information for you. We're in a rush, but not a have to do it right now rush. Although that being said, this goes back to our airport manager position. I'm not sure, have we published an app or the position yet?
We've had one application, right?
I do not know. I know HR was talking to Jay recently, so I'm not
Yeah,
sure where
so-
they left that.
We've had one application that just showed up before we did anything.
Okay.
And then there's another, Jay mentioned yesterday, there was somebody locally that expressed an interest. That's you.
Earl's interested.
I don't recognize you without your Gilpin County stuff on. So, we have to figure that out in the budget and projections here on potential revenue and when that revenue would actually start to flow. You know, in the system. That's just simple spreadsheet exercise, mathematics. Strong letters of support or emails of support. I left a message, Rob Price, my phone tag. I was gonna ask him, well, how about kicking in a little as a donation to help things out?
There have been offers made.
Okay.
Mr. Price has said he would like to kick some money in, as did Brian Dahl.
And I had McVicker, he didn't say he'd offer money, but he strongly supports the project.
That being said, if we can put this together where the county does it,
Uh-huh.
I think it's a little more clean. You know, we discussed earlier, different,
Oh, yeah, the discounts on fuel and
yeah,
whatever.
it gets tough to follow.
What would be clean is they just, out of the goodness of their heart, they make a donation. No quid pro quo, just give us money. We'll put in a Jet A tank. But that conversation can be held.
Well, then you get into that loop of, soliciting donations, and then you get well, maybe this, I'll donate if this happens.
Well, we find
You
out.
get into
We
this
just say,
loop, and
guys,
then
you want a Jet A tank
in the
out there?
meantime,
We need 10 grand.
our opportunity that we have now with CDOT expires. that's a $25,000.
Yeah, this is a
Change
one and done
that-
thing for us, isn't it? That's gonna be
Mhm.
gone. So we have strong incentive here.
Very strong.
And even if, let's just say we did not get the $10,000 from the REC. We're looking at 25,000, pretty solid from CDOT. That's the only money up front that we see. The county would bear the rest of the burden via the airport. We just need to sit down and do the arithmetic and see exactly where it puts us. And then going back to the airport manager position, we have to talk about the full-time, part-time, and the funding for that. And the appropriate duties.
Right, which is awkward because you're advertising the position right now, so it's hard to tell the people, well, it is part-time now, but it could be full-time, you know what I mean?
Well, that's
We're
it.
just-
You're here, you're hearing all this, so you know what that means to you.
I can hear you fine, Commissioner, but Tom is difficult.
I'm sorry, Carl.
Yeah.
But anyway, let me get those numbers for
We'll
you,
do that,
then
go forward on
you'll have
this.
some stuff to talk about next week.
and you're interested in a position out there, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you would meet with our HR people, they can talk to you about how to submit an application.
Okay.
That work?
Okay, and I believe I made a motion that we go ahead and
Pursue the
Apply-
RAC
apply
grant.
for the RAC grant.
I wasn't gonna second because I was waiting. Tom's comment was it ties back to the hiring of somebody, so. Are we still talking about tying this all back? So we need to know all the numbers beforehand, or do we go ahead and apply for it?
I'd go for it.
I
I
think,
don't see any reason we couldn't apply for the RAC grant. Even if we get the RAC grant, it's not really tied to that position. We might very well decide, you might very well decide, we'll just leave it as a part-time. Again, you pretty much need that full-time person to be there to service, service airplanes with the truck. Otherwise, we make it by appointment only, and that gets kind of messy.
But the other part is, does Ron have any staff out there other than mechanics? Or he's the one man show?
No,
How's
he
doing?
is so under the gun right now.
He's underwater or under
Yeah, I think
pressure.
he's got 13 or 14 airplanes out there he's working on right now.
But that's, the deadline is getting the applications in. The full-time, part-time is something we can negotiate as we, next steps.
Yep.
No reason to delay on that. We just have to.
Second,
You got the second. We can quit talking about it.
Okay,
Motion
Can I
is
make
second.
a suggestion to be included in the assumption of that decision? If Tom, if you're willing to do the legwork on getting the grant submitted, since you're familiar with it, that would help me a lot. And then I will follow up on whatever oversight you
That's
expect.
perfect.
from-
sure. Then I can
from
even
administration.
put your name on it as
Um,
as a submitter.
Let's talk about that before you do it.
Okay.
Once they tell me I'm official here, that might make
Okay.
a difference.
Okay,
Yeah, because
Yeah,
basically, the administrator in the past was sometimes involved, sometimes not. And we're doing a shift where the clearly
If-
defined administrator
Even
responsibilities.
if other people such as you are doing some of the legwork, we need the oversight here and the knowledge
Sure.
of what's happening. And we can fix that.
That's all fixable. You get us the stuff.
I mean,
we'll
I
get
can
on it.
even come in and we can sit on the
Do it
computer and do
together.
it.
yes,
That
I
might
got it.
help me just to
I
have
got
that
it.
knowledge.
Sure.
Yeah,
I was just telling him. So.
we
Vote.
still need a vote on that.
Yes, we do, but that's the
Aye.
question. Okay, so call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes, carries. Good enough, Tom?
One quick question. What do you know about Ron's truck?
Ron said it's serviceable. It needs a little bit of work. It's been sitting at his farm since Alamosa ran him out. So it's been out there for what, 2.5 years.
Tank solid though. we're not
Tank
worried about-
solid, the plumbing
rust.
solid. He said
Okay.
it'll take basic maintenance.
Okay,
He said it's not licensed for road use, but I know how to do that. So,
this is gonna be a county vehicle. We're gonna cheat.
well, once it's on the airport, you're fine. And it'll just magically show up at the airport.
Well, once you got it behind your pickup with a tow strap, it's
Legal anyhow. I want to talk about the airport practice area. I did talk to the FAA. They missed a step. And so they're trying to, at that low level, keep it quiet. I decided not to up channel it, but I'm pretty confident it's reversible because they didn't follow procedures fully. I haven't done anything about it. Just wanted to let you know what I'd done there,
Okay. Which step did they miss?
talking to us.
Okay.
And it had to be us. And
Okay.
so there was confusion, except that there's some CYA activity going on at the local level.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, because that's
But
not
I
what I
haven't
was
pushed
told,
it,
so.
okay, so
Sure.
it was like, okay, do it. And I haven't I didn't call Des Moines, and Race Hill, the Intermountain region. So, didn't want to get these people in here.
Well, we'll see where that goes.
Yeah.
One other thing is the airport lease that came in front of you guys, I don't know, was it a month or two ago?
It's been at least, yeah.
Yeah, we do have, the gentleman, James Bourne, he's either looking at buying Coralie's hangar, which would take care of that. He would prefer to build a new lot or to build a new hangar on the new lots. Where that goes is where the airport lease is right now. Brian, your suggestion was, since we don't have the new lease, give him the old lease. The problem with that is the old lease doesn't include the electrical connect fee.
And that has been a question, at least when Suzanne Benton was here, the suggestion was that we shouldn't be charging that electrical connect fee because we shouldn't be allowing more people on to that connection. Was that her comment?
That's correct, because REC doesn't want us reselling electricity through a common meter. And so
But
each
this is
hangar
all
has
new
their own.
service.
All, yeah.
This is all new
the-
service
The
that-
new section is all separate meters.
Yeah, she misunderstood what we're doing. This is all new service that we had put in last year
Okay.
for
so-
the new, and they all have their.
That's the
they all have-
16,000 we did to punch the wire.
Yeah.
So that's just recapturing that cost.
Yes.
Okay, so that part makes sense. So what I'm waiting for are two things, either additional suggestions or request from the board to make modifications to that lease draft or to approve it in its current form. And then the Airport Advisory Board has also made a recommendation that there be an assignment form, an assumption form developed. And I did send an email to the board. I heard back from Commissioner Bothell that she thought it would be appropriate that we have such a form. I'm happy to prepare one or give that direction to whomever takes over after I leave. But I haven't heard from a majority of the board that that's something that they want me or the attorney to take care of.
Well, we talked about how we're handling the lease assignment versus the new lease. And there were two ways to handle it: check boxes on the lease form. But they're essentially two separate documents in reality. And so you've got the initial lease, whatever that is, and you renew it over a period of time. Then you've got what's happening is we're selling hangars. You guys are selling hangars. We've got an aging population of pilots out there, so we're probably going to see some activity in that regard. And it was my thought that it was better to have two separate forms and events, but that's, as an attorney, you can tell me that's.
I don't have a position on it. The request for me originally was to draft it as one document. So because at least as it was relayed to me in practice, because there were multiple forms out there, there wasn't a clear direction either to whomever was providing the forms or executing the forms on behalf of the county, which forms should be used. And so there was apparently confusion at the administrative level. And that was the reason why I developed it as one form, but and included the check boxes so as to differentiate between a new lease and a renewal. But I don't think it ultimately matters a great deal in terms of how you do it legally. If there's confusion, and that's going to create problems. But if we do it as two separate forms, and there are a number of reasons to do it as separate forms, then I think that's fine. Also, it would just be that the separate forms, particularly with the new construction, would need to include the utility connection fee, et cetera. But I know that there were also concerns about adding in language to the existing language that indicates that the hangar use should be primarily for aviation purposes, and discussion of what businesses would be allowed or disallowed at the airport. And so if there are further provisions that needed to be specifically included in there, then we need to include them. One other question, and I don't know if we got this resolved at the work session, was whether we would be, there's a reference in the new lease document that we prepared that was made at the suggestion of Dusty Hicks, that we reference the airport operating procedures and then include a copy of that as an attachment, but I still have not seen those airport operating procedures, and I'm not sure if they were ever provided to the Board of County Commissioners.
Yeah, we got them. I will forward that to you.
Sorry, Ryan, I should have forwarded that to you. I actually got a signed copy and scanned that because my understanding is it does not exist here at the county
Right. And my
in
biggest,
electronic
yeah,
format, so.
my biggest concern was that there might be terms in the airport operating procedures that would either duplicate or worse, be in conflict with the terms that we put in the contract. And so having not seen that, I was a little bit leery about moving forward on approval of that. But if that exists and I can get a copy of it, then we can.
You just got one.
One thing I did notice reading back through this, and that's something I need to go see Cindy about. It does reference, and I do not remember this, it's been so many years ago. Where was it? It actually references a copy that's supposed to be on file over at the clerk and recorder's office, a declaration of covenants and restrictions for buildings and structures, which are public record and filed with the Rio Grande County Clerk and Recorder's Office. Copies can be found at riograndecounty.org.
Is that in the airport operating procedure?
Yes.
You'd have to see if they actually are there. You know, if there's actually.
Yeah, I went online, but it's a charge fee.
Yeah.
There's a fee charge, so I didn't go past that. I didn't know if somebody here could go talk to Cindy and see if it's there.
Give me a write down exactly what you want. I'll make a copy of that.
It's about halfway down, right in there somewhere.
Today, do we need to do time to go ahead and start developing the 2-page since it has the operating procedure? And then we can have the
I
two,
don't think so. We can revise
at least 2 papers for. He's got the operating procedures now, so he could develop the.
Okay, so what are we saying, that have two different documents, one for a lease and one for a lease assignment? Is that what you're saying?
I think it would be cleaner, it'd be easier, if we have staff changes up here. They don't have to sit there and try to interpret the forms, it's just that. The $1,200 for the new section, for the electrical hookup. What about on this side of the new section? Are there any buildable lots left down by Price or anything like that?
Yes,
Just one.
there's that
Okay,
one.
there's one left. Does it need the $1,200?
No.
Okay, so again,
Well,
we need to specify, we're charging.
Let me
$1,200
back
for
up
this
on
area.
that. When we put that particular service in, that $1,200 applied.
What price is?
Bob
That's
Johnson, yeah, Bob Johnson paid it. I'm pretty sure John, what's his name? His next door neighbor to the north, he just sold to Davy Pitcher. I'm pretty sure he paid it, but then we had a staff change here. And nobody caught the fact that the next 1, 2, 3, 4 hangars that went in did not pay that. I think I told you about that a few months ago. and-
so I think it should be charged on that section. That $1,200, if it was originally intended to be charged there.
Sure, and that's
That the
fine.
fact that somebody messed up.
That's fine with me. We need to try
Doesn't
and
mean-
recover it because I believe that was a little over $12,000 to put that electricity in.
So, but
Yeah.
we've already signed the documents and all in terms and conditions. It's a little hard to go back and say, oops, you owe us more money.
Right, but what we're talking is that open lot, if somebody wants to lease that, we might as well charge.
So
it.
are there other, is this airport continues to develop, we have really no idea what it's gonna cost us to extend utilities.
No,
Okay, so if we put a fixed cost in there for the whole airport, that could just be to our disadvantage, but if we put in a cost that specifically references a certain block or section. Okay, we developed this section, we've got this vacant lot over here, those lots we know are gonna be $1,200 to build, to hook up. But if we do another section, we would have to revise
So are you suggesting something of, developing something of a utility fee schedule depending upon where that parcel is located?
'Cause I could see, if you did something else and it costs us 20,000 to do the extension, and one person puts a hanger out there and nothing happens for a while, we're out to whatever the difference is. And so we kind of have to have a plan going forward.
And that, I guess as far as the lease document goes itself, you could leave that portion blank or reference that.
Reference the fee
particular-
structure.
Yeah. Fee
Well, I'm
schedule.
not sure how you'd approach that though, John. I mean, if you develop the next set of hangars, and you're trying to recover your cost ahead of time,
What it would be is.
do
it'd be a
you
cost
charge the
benefit
first, you
analysis saying,
charge the
okay,
first guy 20,000 and then everybody that goes in after that, he gets a
we
refund
run
like
that
the
with
REC
utilities and
does?
stuff all the time, but, about you extend the line to your house, you spend $40,000 on it, and everybody else hooks up to it.
Mhm.
Okay, but we need to have a clear policy on it, so we don't find ourselves having to ad hoc every one of these things going forward. Now, whether that person pays the 20,000, I'm not suggesting that. But the amount that we pay, we prorate it between the lots or something.
Which is basically what we're doing now.
Right
which is
now,
what
we
we're-
said 12,000, and what we're suggesting, that number may change, just depending on what
Well,
happens.
there's no
next.
doubt that'll change.
Okay, so we don't want to have to go back and revise the lease agreement. What we do is we come up with a fee schedule. When you guys go to
Well, It
develop.
seems to me
a
we're getting
hangar
awfully
section-
complicated.
I would think that it would be okay to have $1,200 in the lease. And then, because right now, we've only got one block that's platted out and whatnot, and whenever you have another block,
And that's how we came up
then
with
you just
this
change it.
1,200
And if
was-
there's an empty lot in this block and the price goes up to 1,500, so what? They pay 1,500.
As Ryan has it now with the blank, you can fill in anything you want. The way we came up with the 1,200 is we had that X amount of lots and it cost us $16,000, so it's
So
$1,200.
here, we have one lot left that could qualify for $1,200.
No.
No,
No,
there's one lot left in the old part
And
where
then
Ryan
in
was
the new
talking
part.
about charging more people. In the new part, we've got 4 more, 2 large lots and 2 large lots and 3 small lots.
So we got 6 lots left out there at the $1,200.
I don't want to be contentious on this, but almost every problem we're dealing with that airport has to do with that not planning ahead or keeping it simple.
But on the other hand, John, we've done more growth at our airport in the last 10 years than any airport in the
That's why
state.
I'm saying we need to look ahead. It's exactly my point.
But the
So if we're
reason,
gonna say a fee schedule, that I'm thinking about when the person comes up here to sign, because it doesn't go to the airport board, it comes up here. And that person,
actually
is-
goes in front of the airport board for approval before it comes here.
there's no statutory requirement. And so it comes to either this board or our designee, which is the clerk and the administrator. And all that lease agreement stuff takes place up here. That's why I'm saying there should be a fee schedule. We should have clear forms. And we can say on there, the fee schedule for this section is $1,200 for the electrical. It just is, okay, because we've installed that, or whatever. When we go to the next phase, whatever that is, since we're growing, it's probably gonna happen. That fee structure will be determined, but it can be right on there. And let's just say that we do build out, but before we fill in the current section, let's just say someone wants to put a big hangar over somewhere else, and whatever happens. We can deal with that in that new block, or however you want to call it. But we've got questions in the assessors department right now and in land use on how that whole process works in terms of designating lots and blocks and all of that. So they're doing new maps downstairs right now on the airport to update them to the current terms and conditions, because their old map doesn't show even the new runway.
But we just had the whole thing replatted.
I'm saying their maps in the assessor's
Okay.
office do not reflect that. So they're in the process of updating that, and when they do that, questions are coming up. Okay, let's just get it squared away. Everybody knows, and we're not having to guess and have these conversations. But if Bobby leaves, administrator changes hands, they need to have something where we're not having to ask the same question over and over. This is our process. And that's all I'm suggesting, is that we have clarity on it. So we don't end up with a who owns the water to that particular lot or something like that.
Well, water's a non-issue because there isn't water.
Well, I'm just
available
using
to
that as
the
an
new-
example of,
And then the fee structure
Right.
thing is puzzling because we already have in place that blank that says we're gonna recover X amount until that plat or until that block's built out.
it doesn't say that in the lease. It just says, that's what we know, but it's not written down in policy anymore.
So the lease in its current form, the draft in its current form, I should say, does have a blank there. A lessee agrees to pay a one-time electrical connection fee of blank dollars to lessor for lessee's connection to the electrical utilities at the astronaut Rominger Airport, receipt of which is hereby acknowledged. I think that obviously, again, this form was drafted contemplating that you could do new construction lease or renewal. The way that it is structured in this particular document, I don't know that that's entirely clear. And so I think it needs to be relocated within this document, or if we're going to do two separate documents, then it would appropriately be in the construction lease document. I think that this can be accomplished given that we know that the going rate for the current lots would be $1,200, and that would essentially be for the next 5 that are built out there.
6.
5, 6, okay. And in the meantime, I do think that having, as you develop further and further in the airport, having some concept of what that structure will look like, so you're not constantly having to fill in this blank on an ad hoc basis and limit the discretion of the person in this office or completing that. I think it would make sense for the board to adopt policy with respect to what they're going to charge depending on where it's located at the airport. But that shouldn't necessarily hold up the development and approval of the lease form. Does that make sense?
Okay,
Policy for future build.
if you put in some sort of a wording in parentheses or something based on the fee schedule, based on airport electrical fee schedule or whatever, would that fix that and then have that be a separate document that we can develop, change, whatever as needed?
I can put that in here now if you're looking for a lease document that's usable in the foreseeable future. I'm reluctant to do so in the absence of an actual fee structure and discussion about what that would look like. And so I wouldn't want to make reference to a fee schedule that doesn't exist. And I think you probably, before developing a fee schedule, need to know what it's going to cost to run electricity to these other parts of the airport.
Okay,
So that you can
what if
recoup
that fee schedule only addresses the current existing blocks? The block that is the older block, where there's only like one lot, that block, it's $1,200. In the new block, which I'm sure there's names for them, but in the new block, it's $1,200. And then as blocks are developed, then that gets added to the fee structure.
Yeah, I think that's fine as long as that fee structure exists. Again, I don't want to make reference to a fee structure that has.
Fee structures can change. They can be amended at any time. If we were to have the fee structure as of today is this for this block descriptor.
Mhm.
And then all we have to do is when they add a new block, we amend the fee schedule to reflect what the fee is for the new block, and you can just go on forever. So we just reference the fee schedule as it exists.
Right.
There's
And
current. the current
that's
fee
what I'm
structure.
suggesting is that we create that fee schedule that just says that.
Yeah, I think that would make a lot of sense. That way, this person, maybe it's you, maybe it's somebody else who's sitting in there, doesn't have to go back and have a discussion with the board that prolongs the execution of a lease, or somehow puts that on hold because there isn't clarity as to what should be charged for that utility connection, and the county doesn't lose money because we're charging too little, and the lessee isn't paying too much depending on where their block is. I think that makes sense.
So this is just a cost recovery effort in any event.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's not making any money on it, it's just getting money back. I don't have a problem with doing two forms of fee schedule. What I have a problem with is making sure that everybody that's gonna be using them knows that they exist. And that they are actually followed by the advisory board, commissioners, and the person sitting whichever desk is gonna take care
That
of it.
was the purpose back in April, why we talked to Ryan and said, please combine the three forms that are in use, because with the different county administrators, we were missing out. You know, some people got lease assignments, but they didn't get the 1 year to build contract, you know, and it was,
So if we put that stuff together and get that out where we can take a look at it, it should be pretty easy to
It'd be easy to
make a
discern,
decision
yeah.
on it then.
Well, are there any other questions on the draft that Ryan prepared with the exception of that?
I don't know, because quite frankly, other things have been kind of on the front burner. To really think about it. But
You want me to resend that so that it's in your, further up in your
further up
inbox?
in the list? Yeah, you can. Well, and part of my problem is I had a computer crash too. So I'm sending hard drive off for recovery. But if you could do that, that would be helpful. But basically, I was thinking more than the specific language, thinking about the concept of how we do the lease process is really where I was headed with this. Because numbers will change, but the terms and conditions, because since I got here and started serving as a representative to the airport board, I've seen nothing but confusion in this office about how we do it. And every time somebody wanted to do a lease, it was literally 2, 3, or 4 people either asking or giving input. And it's a simple matter in our manuals here to say, this is how we handle airport leases. New construction, it's an assignment. And it's on this
So
block.
let me suggest that I work with you or Jay or whoever's appropriate on your end to develop I like simple checklists. You want an airport lease, here's what you go through to get
That's
it.
right.
And part of that is the documents that Ryan's working on.
And now that I have a copy of those airport operating procedures, it's easy to not only incorporate them by reference, but then have a specific attachment in that lease agreement. And here it is. And just briefly looking over the operating procedures, I think it does, they do provide for some of the concerns that have been raised at previous meetings, and will save us a lot of work on the lease agreement itself in terms of terms that we won't have to add because they've already been adopted by the board. A previous board, but the board nonetheless.
good. I'll wait to
Tom,
hear
you got
from you.
anything else for us?
The only other thing was it came up, Bill Dunn brought it up that the Benson properties for sale. The board, some of the board feels that the county should look at picking that up for future airport expansion. There's some water available that you could transfer. I know we're always looking at water. If that's realistic, I'd leave that up to you guys. I don't see it as being realistic, but
Now, where does he lie, to the east or west of the front?
to the east.
He's that property to the
He's
east.
right off the extended center line,
Right.
but one property over. So that's
There's a gap
another
in
issue.
between?
There's a gap.
Who owns that in between?
Michael Rue.
Okay.
A little bit of history. When all this started, it was Red McComb and Hans, was it Bob Hans?
Yeah.
Anyway, they are the ones that got the original $50,000 grant from the state for expansion of our little airport because of their project. That's been what, 20 years ago or better. And at the time, they were running around telling everybody they wanted to be flying 737s in and out of here, and they needed a 10,000-foot runway, and got everybody stirred up. That got the original master plan, et cetera, which was good because it led to what we have now. In the interim, the state looked at it and said, man, 10,000 feet, you've only got enough land for 6,000 feet. We'd be looking at land purchases and a huge amount of money for a 10,000-foot runway. At the time, and this has been 5 or 6 years ago, then the state actually came out and said, if properties around the airport become available, let us know, because they had some money hold away for buffers, and that they would offer ultra low interest loans, or they could provide a grant to pick up different properties. Being that this one is it's got a property, another property in between it, I got on Google Earth this morning and I lined it out. If we went from 6,000 to 8,000 feet, we would actually go 200 feet onto the Benson property. If we did 10,000 feet, we would use almost his entire property. But I'm here to tell you, a 10,000 foot runway is going to be a $35 or $40 million job. Maybe down the road, that might make sense. Nobody's got money right now.
And CDOT doesn't have grant money for that kind of stuff.
No, they have money right now to fund grants that they put out this past year and this year, and that's it. I just told the board that I would mention this to you. It's up to you guys to think about it. I have no idea what that property is going to go for. Real estate's red hot right now. I guarantee if the
Have they put
county,
that on the market yet?
no.
Okay, it's,
Harold's place, he just died.
Yeah.
Um,
That's just a FYI. Think about it.
All right, I actually kind of had that on my agenda because I was talking to some others about it here recently, about the potential.
I mean, there is potential and probably the biggest part of that would be the water. But I don't know exactly what kind of water he has. Because we talk about it in every meeting, the water issues we're looking at the airport.
Something to think about.
Yeah, so that's just an FYI.
Okay, anything else?
I don't have anything else. Do you have anything for me? More questions?
That's it right now for me. You guys anything?
No, I'm good. Thanks, Tom.
All right, thank you, Tom.
Just a real
Yes,
quick, just
sir.
one thing. I just was curious this morning, so I looked it up. Our airport budget was about 11,000 in the red last year. So just for giggles, I looked up Alamosa because they're federal, they have to report. So in 18, their operating revenues were $2.4 million. Most 80% of that's FAA grants. And they had a net operating loss of $373,939. And in 18, their revenues were $5.7 million, and a net operating loss of $404,000.
So around about 8% operating loss, but they're gonna have a bigger one this year.
Harold's got something he wants to ask. Harold has something.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Just a couple things here. First off, I would really like to express my enthusiasm in terms of getting that position at the time it's filled. I think my qualifications and experience would slide into that position quite well. In terms of what Ryan said, in terms of operating procedures, the FAA, I had a copy, an old copy years ago, and I cannot find it, but the FAA has a new copy out. Unfortunately, it's 150 pages long, so I couldn't download it. But I placed a call to them yesterday, and this is, I think it's book 16, and it's specifically titled The Operations Management of a Small Airport. And any publication the FAA has where, we can get. So I plan on getting that, but I didn't choose to download it. But on strengthening what Tom said in terms of land acquisition, I spent most of my career in the state of Washington. And I started flying out there in 1975. In the Puget Sound area, north and south, I personally saw two small, very viable airports disappear because of the encroachment of residential development. The city of Seattle now is 3 million people. That has a lot of clout in terms of what's happening around there for real estate and real estate development. But I would jump on any wagon that Tom is proposing as far as securing more land for this airport. I can truthfully say that I see the potential here. I have history of seeing potential. Airports just explode. Now this is an entirely different area, Del Norte versus the Puget Sound of Washington. But I think something like that is very worthwhile and deep consideration. I'm not sure of the hiring process here in Rio Grande County. My background is a much smaller county up in northern Colorado. But I'm not sure of the hiring mechanics. I'm very interested in the position. I have prepared here a short resume of my qualifications and experience. But I have to admit, I don't know if it's the appropriate time to either hand it out to the commissioners or go through Tom being chairman of the advisory board. But I have that available here. It's interesting reading.
Good. The process is this. That position works under the administrator. Okay, that's a direct supervisory. Okay. And our HR process is, you can fill out online and stuff, but if you go talk to Deborah, who's the HR person, she'll tell you exactly when we start the process, and then we get the applications, we screen them, vet them, and do an interview process.
Mhm.
And this board, in conjunction with the administrator, will be making the hire.
Yes, got it.
That's how that works.
Yes.
Yeah. And so I want to see that, but run it through the system. So, and you were flying out of in the Puget Sound area.
Say that again,
You were
please.
flying in the Puget Sound area when you were in Washington.
Oh, yes.
That well, Funfield. Did you do any of those things?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, I was out there. I was based at McCord, and so yeah, a lot of stuff was flying in and out of Boeing Field,
Yeah.
and all that. And I'm familiar with what you were doing. It's been one of my concerns is because I've experienced what he did, and it wasn't always just the big municipalities. I was dealing with a town of 5,000 people, and the airport fight there ended up killing the airport. It didn't kill it; it's still there, but it hasn't done anything. It hasn't progressed, and so it's very important. And then I saw another smaller town turn their airport into something where that's where all the jets fly, all the biz jets, and so you have to be able to anticipate down the road.
Yes.
And,
Well, on the other side of that comment, I flew a lot out of a little airfield in Snohomish, Washington called Harvey Airfield.
flew a Swift out of there.
Yeah, you did.
Mhm.
When I was there, they had a grass strip and a 2,400 paved runway with a lot of limitations. And the river, a big sawmill, a road that went around the airport. I remember hearing the airport owner talk of they finally got takeoffs and landings up to, I forget what it was, 10,000 a year or something like that, which entitled them to other funds. Well, I got onto their website here last year, and that airport now, it's hard to believe, but it's grown into 250,000 takeoff and landings. And there, I think when I was there, they had like 50 hangars, and now they've got over 200. But there again, there's tremendous pressure on general aviation out there. Quite different than we're experiencing here. But that's where I started flying. Commissioner was out
there. Well, I remember when Redmond was chicken farms.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And on the Spokane side, of course, you have Fellsfield, and then you've got Deer Park. And Deer Park is experiencing exactly what we're experiencing. Big money coming in, putting in hangars, multiple airplanes on one ownership, jets, and then all these toy airplanes in one great big hangar. But probably 50 hangars out there, where 10 years ago, was just a handful.
Yes.
And Athol, Idaho, similar experiences up around Sandpoint, those areas. So you've seen it.
Yes.
You know what can happen. And we kind of get cloistered here in the valley saying it's always been this way. It'll always stay that way. And anybody that's watched development spring up in weird places, Montana, Idaho, understands that being remote doesn't mean you don't have a huge impact. In fact, the impact as a percentage of impact is much higher in these communities, and it isn't Everett, Snohomish, Redmond, those.
Well, I think being proactive on something like this is, we may not see the benefit of it.
No.
But it's coming.
Yeah.
Our people will, our grandchildren and everybody else, they will, I can almost guarantee they'll see it.
I hate to run. I gotta go pack honey.
You go, thank you. Okay,
Do you want to talk to her while you're here if she's free?
Yes.
Okay.
you want to
I'll
introduce?
introduce you.
Thank you.
Follow me.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
You bet.
I'll be talking to you soon.
Next day or between now and Saturday, how's that?
As soon as I get that quote, I'm
Okay.
gonna call him today. So
Great,
I'll
thank
get
you.
with you one day
Yes.
next week for that RAC thing.
Perfect.
We'll walk our way through it and we can do that checklist at the same time.
Excellent.
Thanks. Thanks, Roll.
Thank you.
Earl, it's good to see you.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you.
Now, I'll recognize you, and is that a
Tom, I
Filton or
resent
what
that
kind of jacket
contract
is
to
that?
everyone.
The jacket?
Thank you.
Yeah.
guys.
Oh.
Yes. Thanks.
Well, I retired, sir, from the Forest Service 2 years.
Oh, see, that's the Forest Service, not the
Yeah.
Gilpin County stuff. Okay.
I didn't think my leather bomber jacket would be appropriate, with the approach.
A little
I
warm.
wanted to make.
Good seeing
Nice to see you.
you. Well, okay, Judy, do we have Forest on?
We,
we'll
we
hold it.
do, your next item on your general business, is listed as Ryan Dunn.
Okay.
You can Reorder that to suit your needs if you like.
Who else do we have on right now? Like the Cozy People or Aubrey, are they on?
Yes, yes.
We can't see, I can't see over here, I don't.
Okay, yeah, I think, everybody else on the regular business is on.
Okay. Good. Ryan, when Gene gets back, are you ready for your portion of this?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Gene. Hold up. wait for it.
Oh, thank you. They had to meet. Also, so
It's all connected.
it's all connected.
So I did want to address something that came up after the September 30th meeting. When we met as a board on September 30th, the subject of High Valley Community Center was raised. Jody Kern, Department's Director of Social Services, was giving a report to the board regarding some TANF expenditures that were made to High Valley Community Center. During the context of that conversation, I had suggested to the board that I didn't think it would be appropriate for Jody to make any additional payments to High Valley Community Center because at the time the department was, as we still are, looking at some overpayment that the Department of Social Services has already made to High Valley Community Center. And I want to be very clear that at the time I made those statements, it was not my intention to cast aspersions or make accusations. But I do understand that the comments that I made ruffled some feathers. As an attorney, this is not the first time that comments that I make on behalf of my client have caused anyone on the other side of those comments to be upset. But I will state that as a matter of fact, the Department of Social Services received invoicing from High Valley Community Center that was above what should have been billed, what should have been invoiced to the department for the simple fact, and again, this is a fact, that the rate was nearly double what the agreed upon rate was. Instead of $6 per child per day, it was billed at $13 per child per contact. That is a fact that exists. The other fact that I know is that there was invoicing for children who are not TANF eligible. All of the reimbursement from the Department of Social Services came in the form of TANF. TANF is temporary aid for needy families. To be a qualifying child, your family, that child's family, has to have a combined gross income of less than 75,000. It is a fact that there were children that the Department of Social Services were billed for that exceeded that $75,000 amount in terms of their family income. So again, I understand that when you make comments, when you're addressing an issue of that nature, it upsets some people, and I was not surprised by that. Again, I'm not trying to make any accusations that anyone did anything intentionally. That's not my role as the county attorney. The concern that arose following that was last Thursday, I received a message from the department's director, Ms. Kern, indicating that Suzanne Bothell had expressed concerns to her that Commissioner Nosker and myself attended a board meeting of High Valley Community Center. And that in the course of that board meeting, he or I or both allegedly made representations that the Board of County Commissioners was pulling all funding, pulling funding, doing something of the sort from High Valley. And in return, the scuttle was that High Valley Community Center was going to return all of the money and sue the county. I want to be very clear that neither Commissioner Nosker nor myself attended any meeting of High Valley Community Center or the board for High Valley Community Center. I had not had any conversations with anybody about High Valley Community Center since September 30th, except for a brief email from Director Kern to me asking if the information that the board had requested was appropriate to be turned over. Otherwise, there had been no correspondence, no communication whatsoever about the High Valley issue with anybody. I don't personally represent Commissioner Nosker. He and I had not talked about anything related to High Valley, but I am certainly not aware of any communication that Commissioner Nosker had regarding High Valley with anybody from High Valley. I will say I was very distressed that I had to hear about this secondhand and not directly from my county commissioner. I will say that I was distressed that when I asked for the source, Commissioner Bothell refused to disclose that to me, which was bothersome because not only was the accusation damaging, not only was it potentially defamatory, I felt it was destructive to this board and this governmental body. I felt that it was detrimental to my personal and professional reputation. I felt that the interests and a premium was placed on the salaciousness of the accusation over the truth, because as a matter of fact, nobody reached out to me to try to find out whether that had occurred. And I was further distressed that the source was undisclosed and incredible. And again, it seems to me that there was a priority placed on the relationship with that undisclosed, incredible source over that of fellow commissioners, over that of the attorney-client relationship, when as a matter of fact, it would be improper for any one commissioner to have approached a board and represented without the authority of a majority of the Board of County Commissioners any position of that board. And it would have been improper for Commissioner Nosker to have done it. It would have been unethical for me as an attorney to have done it. And I do take issue with that. And I particularly take issue with that because I have worked very hard to maintain a good relationship with all of the members of this board. I made a public statement to Valley Publishing upon my resignation that I had good relationships with the commissioners, and I meant that. And to find out secondhand that that statement, that those inaccurate comments had been perpetuated was, again, very distressing to me. I think this is a time where public confidence and the reputation of this board is at an all-time low. And the goal of everyone in this room should be to instill public confidence and to rebuild that public confidence. And if you don't share that goal, you shouldn't be at this table. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any comments? Okay, thank you. And for the record, since Ryan Dunn does not represent me, I've had no contact at any time with the High Valley Community Center Board, with any of the individuals. I was totally unaware of this allegation. My last conversation about that particular board was at the September 30th meeting when this information was presented to us. And I've done nothing more on that other than, as I'm working as the managing commissioner for public health, and we're looking in through the audit to see if there were any overpayments or whatever from public health to the High Valley Community Center. That's yet to be determined, but that's been the extent of my involvement. I have not expressed an opinion one way or the other about funding for that center. So I am, when I became aware of the rumor, I can't say I was shocked because that seems to be how things function with leaks from this board or meetings that we've had, executive sessions and what have you. There's a pattern of disinformation, misinformation out there perpetrated by individuals unknown to me. It serves no valid purpose other than to basically disrupt normal county business and distract us from the things that really are before us. And all of our reputations get sullied in that process. It's unconscionable, it's immoral, it's simply wrong. That's it.
And I guess maybe my concern is that if a community member asks for clarification on something that they have heard, that this becomes the response, that instead of just saying, no, that didn't happen, it all comes back. And I do have people on a regular basis who call and say, I heard this rumor, is this true? As another example, this last week, I had somebody that called to check on a rumor that the sheriff had resigned. It's very easy to say, no, that's just a rumor. And in this case, that's what I did. I called that community member who asked the question in the first place. I called them back and I said, no, that's just a rumor.
Well, I don't want to get into he said, she said on this, but there are ways to handle these things. And I would submit the following: anything that involves this board, our attorney, people that work for us, if you get the rumor like that, you check with us first, period, and go from there instead of starting individual investigation and doing whatever reporting back. The damage can be incalculable. It just shows bad judgment. So that's it on that, unless anybody else has anything to say on it. Gene, you got any thoughts?
No, I just can't imagine how we can get that far off base. I mean, everything that Ryan's done for that to come back to have a tarnish effect on him would be, I mean, that disturbs me because I really respect Ryan and his position. So I guess I don't understand why it has to happen, but it does. So.
And Ryan said that he considered it, well, my words, not his, borderline defamation, which turns into slander or libel, which carries with it its own problems. So just urge caution in the future. Ryan, anything else on that?
No, thank you.
Okay. Forrest, if you're still on, if you've listened to all these harangues, you're next on the agenda.
Thank you, commissioners. Good morning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
wow. Hard to follow that up. Just a sec. Of course, I get on and then my phone rings and it's my boss, but I'll call him back. And if I could ask the commission's forbearance a little bit, I do want to ask you one extra question after we talk about this fee waiver that's in regards to the CARES Act funds.
There's a fee waiver request and then a CARES Act fund, the CVRF money.
Yeah, if I could ask a couple questions about that really quick.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, well, so we start with the fee waiver request.
Well, let's just do that because I wrote it down first.
The fee waiver or the Sierra or the CARES Act?
On the fee waiver.
Okay, so the fee waiver, so that's changed slightly. The original amount was $28,495.40, but that included the ticket booth, which was an external building, which is no longer included in the design at this point. You know, we've learned a few different things as we've gone along, and that was you know, we visited some other facilities and stuff, and that was a really cool architectural feature, but probably not in the interest of getting things done in the most efficient manner, the best thing. So we cut that out. So the current fee amount is $27,676.65. And so on behalf of the city of Monte Vista, the Friends of Sky High et al., you know, we have requested that the Rio Grande Board of County Commissioners consider waiving all or part of that fee.
Not just for the ticket booth, but for the whole project?
Yeah, ticket booth's out. So we have the $27,676.65.
I'll open it up for questions or discussion from the commissioners. Your thoughts?
Of course, I think the thing that, one of the things we looked at on this, and when we talked about this before, was the time it's going to be involved for Randy to come down and do the different inspections and everything. When we asked him, his response was that he would probably be, correct if I'm wrong, but I think he said probably 100 trips of sorts, either hours or whatever involved. So he wasn't trying to tell us not to cut the fee or to waive it or anything else. He's just expressing how much time he's going to have and putting that consideration in there. That's what was taking us a while to figure out if there was anything we could afford to do, or if we wanted to take on and still pay him his job, like for all that work he's going to do. So that's been one of the things we've talked about. So I don't know.
It also mentioned setting precedents.
Yeah, in these other conversations that was brought up, and we had this conversation with Randy mostly, but the conversations were, if we waive a fee like that would pay for all of his stuff, are we setting precedents that somebody else is going to come in and say, well, you waived it for this project, why not waive it for our project type thing? So, those things are the two of the big things we really talked about what we wanted to do. We want to make sure what we do on this decision-wise isn't based on whether or not we believe that it's a good deal to do something like community-wise, but based on what's best for the county fund and recovery. So,
Suzanne, your thoughts?
Well, I just feel like, the county does have expenses involved in that, and we want to be careful about not being able to recoup those expenses.
Forrest, this is John. Well, you can tell I don't have a computer in front of me, so I have no idea to whom I'm speaking. Okay.
Sure.
In conversations with others around the county, we feel that the county has been generous with the CTF funds that they dedicated to your effort there at Sky High. And we understand that you ran into some challenges with the grants and all because of COVID and other issues. I don't know what those issues were, but that you're still working towards getting full funding for the project. And in our original agreement, we would commit the $150,000 once we had confirmation that all of the funding had been secured. And that could have been conditioned upon our $150,000 being in the mix. We recently went ahead and authorized disbursement of those funds to the city of Monte Vista. I'm assuming you received those. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir. We did, and we certainly appreciate that.
You bet. And we knew at that time when we authorized that we hadn't, that they were still waiting for funding commitments. And we decided that we had committed the money and we wanted to support the project. And so we decided to go ahead and disperse those funds. So you had them available for match or whatever it is you needed going forward. And you didn't have to worry about whether or not that was forthcoming. But the sense was that anything else would kind of be a little bit overboard, particularly when there's potential direct cost to the county. If you take a look at our preliminary budget, you'll understand that we're in a bit of a squeeze right now. And so that's just my input on it. I leave it to the other commissioners to decide whether or not they would support reducing or whatever the building permit fee is. My own personal concern is that if we do that, we've potentially set a precedent that we may be continually asked for this particularly on these bigger projects. And we're probably, based on our building inspector's schedule now, because there's more building going on in the county than there has been in recent memory. He is stretched and we're having to hire outside inspector help to stay up with everything. So that's all I had to say, Forrest. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I appreciate that, Commissioner. And, even if you go back to the time of this request, things are evolving, right? We really do appreciate you all releasing the 150,000. We're actually, some of the delays from grantors have been due to COVID, but we're pretty close to having the deal put together enough that we're very confident that we'll get the financing done. And I do understand the cost associated with these inspections. There's a lot of them, and also the precedent. And now that you bring up that because of the volume, y'all are having to hire some additional inspector help, that's kind of a wrinkle as well. I think that, we certainly appreciate your consideration and would love to see some reduction there. I think a total waiver probably is asking a lot. I might throw in a counter of what if we cut off the 65 and made the fees $20,000.
Well, I can't negotiate for the board.
No, I know. Well, you're all listening.
I figured this. That's if you, I had definitely. That's pretty much what he asked, so.
This is something that bears a little discussion. It's new to us. My sense here at the board level is that we're not opposed to trying to come up with some accommodation for us. How fast do you need an answer on this?
Not super fast. I mean, honestly, as long as we can go forward with our inspections, which I believe we are, if y'all want to take a few more weeks to consider it, I don't see any issue there.
Well, would you indulge us on that, and we could take it up at our next meeting and give us a chance to kind of think about it and talk to the building department?
Yeah, absolutely. Be happy to do that.
Okay, if that works for you all, go ahead. And anything to say to Forrest here?
Forrest, that sounds good to me. I think it gives us an opportunity to rethink a couple things, but we do want to bring Randy in on it. We don't want to do anything that's going to take away from his department without just having a conversation with him on top of everything else. So.
Sure, I appreciate it.
We can definitely take a look at it, have our conversations and have something ready for you at the next board meeting for sure, like John said. So
is that okay with everybody?
I think that's appropriate.
Okay, Forrest, we'll be back with you on, I can't read the calendar from here. Ryan's head's in the way. Sorry. 28.
Great.
That
Thank
sound
you.
good?
That sounds awesome.
Thank you, Forrest.
Yeah, did he have
Thanks.
another item?
Yeah.
Oh, you had one other item, and that was the CARES Act money.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
so on the CARES Act, I guess I have two questions. One, I guess we finally got our signed agreement over there. Apparently we had a little administrative error, but it was approved by council and all that.
Okay.
When do we need to have our reimbursement request submitted by?
Last month.
Okay.
No, we're just now ramping that up, Forrest. There's been, I know you're aware, a lot of confusion on it, and we needed to get all of this towns in the county together, make sure we had all the paperwork. And there's been a lot of confusion at DOLA on exactly how the process works. I've talked to other counties about it, and some of them basically are saying it's almost not worth the trouble because of the risk involved. Well, I think those questions have been answered. So what I would ask, since we have their IGA or their MOU, Ryan?
I haven't received a copy of it, but I think those are
I
going directly
have
to
their
you.
signed page and I'm still working on a couple other entities that need to sign.
Okay, so we're waiting for some other entities, but I think we're at the point right now, Forrest, where we can go ahead and start requesting reimbursement for those things. The county's concern, obviously, and we discussed this before, is that the expenses have to be eligible expenses, and as fiscal agent, if we do a reimbursement or something like that, the county's on the hook. And so we had talked about that initially in the early conversations on this. So we're getting ready to submit change in personnel here and passwords and what have you with DOLA being worked out. But we're getting ready to submit quickly. So if you can come up with your list, and then we can have a conversation and vet the list and make sure that the requested expenses are eligible.
And John, my recollection
Uh-huh.
is that although it was not in the terms and conditions that DOLA sent out in approving the county as the administrator of those funds in the frequently asked questions, or whatever that's worth, there was a proviso in there that there needed to be a plan for how those funds would be spent prior to November 30th. And so to the extent that Forrest's question is how quickly those need to be submitted, I think probably fairly soon, so that we have a plan to present to DOLA if they're going to somehow hold us to that November 30th requirement.
Yes, and Forrest, I'm more than happy to work directly with you. I've kind of been handed that task here at the county to work on those funds.
Okay, then.
And I would love to sit down with you and let's just go everything and get us on the same page and make sure that we gain maximum benefit from that money for these communities.
That sounds great, Commissioner, because one thing that we have maybe in the pipeline, which is my secondary thing, we have the stuff we know is direct expenses, but we do have some requests for utility customers to get some utility relief. And we actually have a model program from the town of Wellington where they're doing that, and it's DOLA approved, the expenses are, and they're using CARES Act funds so that we have customers. And it wouldn't just be for maybe the city water and sewer. In Wellington, they're basically, if you need utility relief, they set a fixed amount of funding for it. And then it's like first come, first serve. Theirs closes November 15th. On our council agenda tomorrow night, we have some citizens requesting our council do that. So it's kind of like, when I saw what Wellington was doing, I basically got their stuff. It's pretty simple. And DOLA blessed it before they rolled theirs out. So
Well, they did do a pre-approval on it because that was one of the issues we were having was getting pre-approval. When do you want to get together, Forrest?
what's your calendar like, Commissioner?
No, it's a mess. I'm available tomorrow. I can move my schedule around tomorrow. I think we have one call. I have to go look and see what it is. I believe there's a call. Tomorrow afternoon, I don't know what time we're going to finish up today. I could even do it this afternoon if you wanted to.
Well, or do you have something? Are you available Monday?
Of course. I don't think we have, yeah, I'm available Monday.
Okay, well, if we could get together Monday, that'd be great.
Then if you can get some sort of blanket approval from your council tonight to authorize us to go forward.
Right, that'll be tomorrow night. So if they agree to that, then I think we'll have something to talk about.
Okay, let's plan for Monday. I'll give you a call and we'll set up a time if that works.
That sounds great. Thank you very much for your time this morning, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thanks, Forrest.
You bet. Okay, next on, sorry to keep everybody waiting through these lengthy conversations. The ratification of interim administrator. You've had a chance to review that.
Did you get to see that contract?
I did not see the contract, and I
I'm
apologize
sure
that I
you
said
would
that
like to.
proposed
The resolution.
that draft resolution out late last night. It just, when I looked at the agenda, it occurred to me that rather than coming back in 2 weeks and ratifying something that you approved today, it made a lot of sense to just.
Did I see a description? Is that the, oh,
So there's the resolution appointing her as the interim administrator. It's nearly identical to what was approved with respect to Suzanne Bothell when she acted as the Suzanne Benton when she acted as the interim administrator. This just sets forth kind of the
I've
reason
seen
why
that one, I don't see
she
it.
departed. That was the expiration of her originally intended term.
If you feel like you need time for legal review, we can make it contingent on working that language out.
I don't have a problem. It's just that I don't have a copy of the contract.
Here.
I mean, it wasn't printed up for me. And
No, I know it was in your electronic materials, but I don't know if it got printed or not.
right, it wasn't. in the
Probably because we hadn't had legal review on it yet.
And we're talking ratification. I'm not sure that ratification means that you've already made the
Means I've al-
decision.
No,
And I'm
it
not
means
sure
I've
that
already
we've-
started putting work into it. So the contract effective date would be retroactive to when I started. Worst case scenario, you say, I don't like the contract, I don't want you here, I go away and we're done. So I'm not terribly concerned about the days that I've already put in.
I just reviewed that. Actually, I had seen that before my computer died. Okay, and I didn't see anything in there that was a concern. One of the questions I did have as an interim and the supervisory authority, because that's part of that job description thing. And right now, for instance, Jean is the commissioner, managing commissioner for building and maintenance. You got another title too somewhere.
Yeah.
But so the question is, how does your office work with him? I'll have the same thing on the public health
Right.
side. And I just had a, how does it work question.
I think those things can be worked through as they come up. We talked yesterday about administrative authority regarding hiring, firing, day-to-day management. And, in your conversation with the airport potential applicant, you indicated that you would be part of that hiring process. So let's talk about those things so that we're clear on who needs to see what when.
Mhm.
It's all doable. It's just a matter of communicating.
With respect to that particular issue, John, when I originally prepared this for Suzanne Benton, I had contemplated that Jean's appointment as the managing commissioner for the maintenance department had already been made. And so in terms of the resolution paragraph 4, it does not make any reference to day-to-day operations of the maintenance department so as to not create any additional conflict in that area.
Right.
So Jean would still remain as the managing commissioner.
And I like continuity. I like the people with the expertise in the area to be able to still have their hands involved in that process. So I am completely flexible as long as everybody's on the same page on what the expectations are. I don't want to box any of us into a corner where we can't operate because it says something on paper that we didn't anticipate.
In terms of the rate of pay, have you already worked out an agreement amongst yourselves as to what would be
We
acceptable?
honestly haven't talked about that.
Okay.
So that's one reason I think I didn't print it for your signature yet, because our conversation about it was very quick and we haven't really fleshed that out. So I'm open to
Yeah,
that
and it was
conversation.
more of could you, would you, do you want to type thing, and was anything else, so.
Right. So there are things that we could talk about in that regard. We also didn't really talk about, is it 5 days a week full-time? Is it something short of that? And when Jean and I first talked informally by phone, there were a lot of unknowns around what the job requires. it clearly requires a lot of time. But if you are looking for a means of stopgap and saving some money on my fees, maybe 4 days a week is the way to go. Maybe we can still do some good things and cut your expenses, cut my time investment, and still accomplish some of those bigger goals. So I think all of those things are negotiable in my mind.
Okay. And is there a specific term that?
I
Proposing?
wrote it with the anticipation that it would conclude by December 31st of this year, but knowing that we can leave it open at your discretion.
Oh, okay, sorry, it continued onto this page. I did not see that. Okay.
Judy, you had a little bit of time to spend with Suzanne Benton, a
Yes.
day or half a
One-
day or
one
something.
day.
One day.
Part of the day,
And you had I'm assuming you got from her a sense of one, what she had
yes.
found, two, what she had accomplished, and what she still had as kind of open items going forward. What's your sense of that part of the?
So Suzanne left things in pretty good shape. And her, you've seen her list on the whiteboard of priorities and commissioner assignments for particular things. So that's been very helpful to me. I think the big things that she identified and conveyed to me, I now have a little greater understanding of, first of all, how big those things are, like the grant, the some of those things that everybody's referred to as confusing, like the airport leases. I think we can close the loop on those things. They're important, they're timely, but they're not huge. They're not huge to overcome. We can get there. So I want to spend my time focused on the priorities that you tell me are a priority, and I'm shifting my work there. Part of what I do just inherently without even intending to do it is look at processes around me in the office. And I see things that we could tweak and fine tune and make better. Those are definitely a lesser priority, but I don't want those to drop. And part of my priority in that realm is transparency in government and clarity to your citizens on what your actions are. So as I dig into being more involved in preparing your agendas, you will see that the item may say a more clear expectation of you're adopting a resolution to appoint me as interim administrator and a contract. It doesn't say that on your agenda. It just says my name and interim administrator. And understandably, things came about pretty quickly. And as the agenda was prepared, people may not have known what was involved. So with a little bit of time under my belt, I'll be able to make that a little more clear. And I think that will help you also with having your citizens understand what you're doing at your meetings and being clear on that.
Because we hadn't discussed the contract, all I've reviewed it, and
We've not.
I had no issue with it. I did have, not concerns, some things like signature authority. Right now, I'm signing a lot of the things that the administrator typically signs, so I want to make sure that those authorities are clearly defined. I'm happy to surrender them personally.
And
so
having a formal action, particularly by resolution, makes that clear to any agency who I'm signing off on behalf of the county, that I truly have that authority to do. Up until now, I haven't done any of those things because I've really just been in here doing some things and not officially your interim yet.
I kind of still have some questions because this kind of was a surprise to me that I feel like I wasn't.
It was a surprise to me
I
too.
wasn't really all that informed, and I hadn't even heard about your qualifications.
Understandably so. Would you like me to kind of give you an overview?
That would be
Since
lovely.
you haven't
Yes.
had a chance to see that. My initial experience in my career was as city clerk for the city of Alamosa. After 27 years there, I retired and jumped into the world of consulting and interim work. Most of my work has been with municipalities and special districts. I've worked for over 30 some entities in the 6 years that I've been doing this. This is my first interim job with the county, and I want to be very clear that that's the case. And my other skill set that I don't lack in strength is in the area of finance. I'm relying highly on Debbie, and she is awesome. She is amazing. So I have no doubt that we'll get through budget and basic finance things in good hand. But my value that I can bring, I think, is in looking at the totality of the management, totality of processes, both small processes within the administration team and bigger processes, like how do you as an elected official communicate with your airport board that are an advisory board? And some of those communication gaps that I'm hearing are pretty easily fixed once you get a process together. So that's what I like to do, and that's why I'm here. And I'm here because I think Jean found me.
Yeah, I found you and I think I called you about 2 weeks or 10 days or something like that before you got sent you that text, I guess, the last time when you found it and you called me back off it.
Right, my voicemail that he left for me showed up about a week later. So
Wow.
yeah.
And then a legal question, Ryan, we have the authority to just make this decision right now, pass a resolution. We don't have to jump through any other hoops.
Because this is an interim position, I believe you have that authority to appoint somebody to act in that interim capacity. As you look toward hiring a permanent replacement, that particular position would be considered an executive within the local government, and you would need to obviously publish for that position and then publish your final candidates for that position that you're considering. And so to the extent that this is interim in nature, would by its terms expire December 31st. Yes, you have that authority and can do so by resolution. It needs to be done by resolution pursuant to statute. I would say that there are, by and large, just based on my brief review of this contract, the contract looks pretty good as is. What I would suggest is kind of hammering out some of those specific questions that you asked, like how many days per week, and whether there would be a not to exceed clause in this contract so that it fits within the current budget or as best as possible to do so, to incorporate some of the terms such as non-discrimination clauses, et cetera, that would normally be standard. It looks like some of that is in here. And then also in terms of, I see there was a hold harmless provision looking at indemnification, including some language regarding the Colorado Governmental Immunities Act, I think would be a good idea. And then also there's a reference that the interim director would be covered under the county's insurance. I think that would typically make a lot of sense. We should probably consult with CTSI to make sure that that's coverage that they'll provide so that we're not contracting for something that we can't guarantee. But those are just my initial thoughts. You could make that appointment today as an interim director so that you actually have the legal authority to act in that capacity if that is what the board is so inclined to do, and then reserve the particular terms and execution of this contract to a later date if you're comfortable doing so.
Are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay. Gene,
Yeah,
quit playing on your phone.
I'm gonna find out about her insurance right now.
Okay.
I'm not playing, I promise you.
Suzanne?
One of my goals, and when I write a draft contract, is to make sure that every party involved is happy with the relationship. I don't want to pin anybody in. If next week, next month, you say, you know, we've got somebody in faster than we thought, bye. That's good. That's my job. I'm happy for that. So if it takes longer, then we talk about that December 31st date as a finite.
And I would assume also there would be overlap. I don't like these end-to-end transitions.
Even what Suzanne has left is pretty helpful, and I'll be able to. I've already got a list going for your next administrator of things to look at sooner rather than later.
Suzanne, other comments, thoughts on this?
I sent out a whole list of email questions to you guys the other day and didn't receive any responses.
Well,
But-
Oh, that sounds kind of familiar.
Yeah.
Since we got.
and that had to do with a lot of the legalities and RFPs and stuff like that, as I recall. Is that correct? About the process?
Actually, that's a good thing to talk about. For part of what I'm trying to do is get my hands around existing policies and whether they're adopted or not, or if they're still draft. And Suzanne and I are gonna get together and finalize that. But what I've been able to determine about your purchasing policy does not treat professional services any different than it does goods. But there is an emergency provision. There's a sole vendor provision. So some of that might come into play here. And then looking forward to the future, if we need to secure professional services of an attorney, what does that process look like? So it's a good conversation point to have.
To get back to the point about not having been notified, on October the 7th at 2:26, I sent a email or text message to Suzanne and said, Leslie said she thought,
Yeah, I saw that.
and then down the bottom I said, and I called Judy Egbert, she is interested in helping us. And I never heard anything back.
I
It's all in
didn't
the same.
see, just a second. I'm gonna-
I just want to make it clear that this stuff of not having messages and stuff is not true on that, because it was sent. And I got it saved on my phone for that reason, so.
We take a pause. Well, you're looking for something? Is
Yeah.
that- Okay.
And you're right, there is not, the county has not adopted a procurement policy that
It's in the
specifically covers
American
services.
Civil-
It is something that the county
It
needs to
says,
have in place.
I called Judy
But
Egbert and she's interested
Generally,
in helping.
professional services are
And I
in a different
didn't get any
category
further
because it's hard to
information.
value.
I didn't get an
It's
answer
hard to
back
put
from
a
you
value
with
on,
anything about it. I mean, that
doesn't
was a
require a
conversation
formal
starter. I
process
thought I'd hear
for
something
it.
back and I didn't. And I sent it to you because I thought, well, you and I could talk about what the particulars were and stuff. So it
Okay,
was sent. But
So-
I just don't want that said that there was secret meetings going on or anything like that, because I am not playing that game, so.
Well, I met Judy last Friday. That was
Pardon
we met last Friday when you were in here.
Yes,
or
Thursday.
Thursday when Suzanne Bent was here.
Right.
That was our first encounter of any kind.
And I had only received the phone call the day before asking me to come in. So that's how fast it was for me too.
But if we're not crossing any legal lines and we can cover the details later, and it sounds to me like there's nothing we're really disagreeing over. It's just a matter of some of the finer details. I would be in favor of getting it done today, getting that locked in, you know where you are. And if we need to include signature authorities, resolutions, we make a provision for that somehow, Ryan.
Mhm.
And I'm gonna defer to you, Ryan and Judy, on how best to proceed right now. What is our next step right now?
I think your next step right now is for, if someone is inclined to make a motion to adopt the resolution and have there be a vote on that.
Okay,
And then we work toward a contract after that.
I'll take that being council's advice. I'll open it up for a motion to adopt this resolution.
So moved.
Got a
Second.
motion? You got a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
Are we done with this particular thing?
we're done with, essentially, we're done with this unless we want to have discussion. We might want to have that discussion a little bit later.
Yeah.
So we got people waiting on the phone to talk to us. So if you guys want to take a quick break, if the audience will indulge us, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break and we'll be right back.
I'm inclined to leave this going with the trouble we had getting it started.
Just
I'm
leave it
inclined to
alone.
leave
Just
it
be-
going.
just-
Just know that
I think
it's-
that's what
it's
we
still
do.
live.
Just don't tell jokes or.
Don't tell
anything
jokes.
or-
what we've done.
You locked in?
Let's go. Locked in, locked out. What did the magic touch? No, I was just gonna let you know that Debbie will be in at the point where you're looking for separate. No.
Just present, all you have is present it, and if you've got some things like, okay, what the last one is for, you can go to the public. You don't want to. And don't let us drag you. One accomplishment. We need to all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. No, we'll talk about it later.
At the gathering of the troops. Get some more coffee.
Who you waving at? I didn't know.
So when was your first day? Was it Monday?
You know, I came in on Thursday and spent the morning with Suzanne and then again at the end of the day.
Oh, okay.
Time with her.
Yeah.
And then I started Monday.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, Suzanne spoke, well, Suzanne probably did too. My boss, Cindy, spoke highly of you.
I've worked with her on, I was interim in South Fork and also in Monte Vista as clerk.
Oh,
So I
okay.
worked with Cindy for elections on both.
Ah, yeah. Oh, good.
Yeah,
Well, welcome.
thank you.
I hope it goes well.
Yeah, there's some good
What?
She was talking about.
Well, I haven't seen the budget yet. And, but don't we have to?
I called Cindy and told her, I don't think I'll be doing the 11:30 lunch break today.
So there's a couple of these items that I fear was gonna be time getting through them, but you know, when you can't cut them short, you gotta finish them. You know, so-
Right. Oh, no.
You know, we need a different design in here.
Are you saying move the desk forward so we have more room back here?
I thought maybe he was thinking about like a sofa sectional.
Yeah,
And
there you
some
go.
easy chairs.
There you go.
Okay, everybody's back. Sorry, folks that have been having to wait out there. Our next item here, well, we haven't, you see, we voted to ratify on the interim administrator. So the next item is the COSI grant. I apologize again, I can't see a screen to see who's on.
We have Lori Lasky and President Lovell here with Adam State.
Welcome, it's good to see you all.
We also have, thank you. Thank you for taking the time to meet with us this morning. Again, I'm Lori Lasky from Adams State University. We also have Dr. Lovell from Adams State University and Tony DeAngelis from Trinidad State Junior College. The COSI Grant partnership is between Adams State and Trinidad so that we are serving the students in the San Luis Valley and in Rio Grande County by giving them both their options. So I had sent in the chat, I was wondering if it was possible for me to be able to share my screen. If you could set that up.
Yes.
Gene, are you gonna be able to share?
I don't even turn mine on. Because it always messes it up.
No, we're gonna share
should
right
be-
here.
there
It's
should
fine.
be a
We're all
way.
looking at a
Let me-
tablet, so
Uh,
that'll be great though, Lori.
Probably along that toolbar at the bottom.
It's
Well-
still saying I'm disabled by the host, so.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for here. Let me look at that here.
Well, maybe what we could do while they're looking at sharing it is one of the things that we wanted to do today is with Dr. Lovell being involved or being on the call with us, I wanted to open it up to the commissioners if there were broad questions about Adams State and also to see if maybe Dr. Lovell would give the commissioners and the board a kind of a quick update a little bit about some of the things going on at Adams State while we are working on getting this screen up. Would that be okay?
That would be great. Thank you.
Good morning, all. Thank you for letting us be here with you. And I want to say be with you again, as we were with you in, I think somewhere around August, mid-August, August 12th, maybe, talking about what we were doing to prepare the campus to have in-person classes. I'm so excited to tell you now, 3 months later, we are alive and standing and still having face-to-face classes and are so pleased with the Safe to Return Task Force and all of the health and safety protocols we put into place. It's really helped us tremendously. We've had a tremendous response on the part of our students and faculty and staff as well with their adherence to the health and safety guidelines. So we're pleased. Our students made a pledge at the beginning of school to be the campus in the country that could do this, could stay face-to-face amidst the pandemic. And so we're so proud of their commitment to stay face-to-face and excited to be continuing. We did hold the mass testing event, as you probably heard, in September. And we are pleased also, I'll just give you a sneak preview. We haven't even advertised it yet because we just made arrangements yesterday with the State Department of Public Health and Environment to hold another mass testing in November. I think it's going to be the Thursday, or maybe the Friday, Saturday before Thanksgiving. The dates, I'm losing the dates of November, but probably that Friday, Saturday the week before Thanksgiving. So we are set the arrangements with the State Department of Public Health and Environment. So you'll hear more about that in the coming weeks as we set up for another fast, free, and easy COVID mass testing site on Adams State University's campus. There are other things going on other than COVID testing for sure. We were able to actually do a very innovative theater production in September that was completely outside, and that was fantastic to see. We're doing an outside choral concert coming up here in a few days. We're also live streaming a video production of a student play coming up called 6 Feet Apart. And I love the fact that they've embraced the current pandemic and the experiences that our students are having. So that play is coming up and will be live streamed this weekend, in fact, Thursday, Friday, Saturday evening. So you can see that. And then we hosted our Senate debate and House debate for the, I think it's House District 62 and Senate District 35. We had that debate a few weeks ago with the candidates speaking about the issue. So we're having lots of fun things happening on our campus and excited to have time with you today. So thank you very much. Lori, please.
Thank you. So we are here today. Can everybody see the screen that I was able to share?
Yep.
Yes.
What I wanted to start with is that we are coming to you, and we were here just a little while ago, actually in the spring, asking for funding for the 2021 year. We are here today because what we heard is many of the counties are actually in their budget process. And so we wanted to move this process up a little bit since you're planning for the budget to make sure that we get in. We are asking today for funding for the 21-22 academic year. And my last slide will show you at the end of when we're looking at funds. So I just want to make that clear that we moved it up earlier because of the budget process. We're not asking for 2 times in 1 year. So to start off with, we are here about the Colorado Opportunity Scholarship Initiative, and it's the county-based proposal. The Colorado Opportunity, we refer to it as the COSI, really has 2 objectives, and that is the accessibility and affordability, which is both very a major part of the mission of Adams State University and Trinidad State Junior College. So that is the behind the scenes of why we are working so hard with this program. This is pretty much the meat of the program here. If you remember in prior conversations, these funds that are set out by the state, if we raise the funds from the county, the state of Colorado will match those, the Colorado Department of Higher Ed will match those dollar for dollar. So this really gives us that 1-to-1 ratio and is able to provide substantial impact to our students in the community. These allocations are determined based at the state level, and they use the free and reduced lunches and the number of graduates that each county is seeing within their school districts. So this number is not determined by Adams State nor TSJC. This is coming from the state level. At this point, for the 21-22 year, they have allocated, or indicated, I should say, that for Rio Grande County, the allocation, any funds that we raise up to $16,058, they will match dollar for dollar. And one of the things that we want to make sure that we always share is that the dollar amount is important, but if you look at the bottom screen, what is most important is how many students we are impacting from your county. So if we were able to raise those funds, we are going to be able to award 21 to 32 scholarships, and that's the students that would be impacted by this. Here are some of this is the scholarship criteria, and yes, it's pretty extensive, but I want to kind of go over it a little bit because some of these are COSI requirements and some of them are changes that we have made in the past year. Working with TSJC and Tony and seeing what we have done now that we're into this for the third year, we found that some of the elements we needed to have a little bit of flexibility to them to be able to service the students that we wanted to service. So there are a couple changes in there, and that is really, again, to provide the flexibility so we can target the students that need this assistance. Our first criteria is they must be 250% of Pell eligibility. That is determined by the financial aid office based on the FAFSA form that students will complete. They must be Colorado resident. This is Colorado funds that are being used, so they must be a resident. When we started the program and visiting with the counties, we determined this, that the funding should go to students within that county. And that is what we do across the San Luis Valley, Los Animas, and Huerfano County. One of the things that we changed is the GPA. We moved it from a 2.5 to a 2.25. And that really goes back, I have to thank Tony. That is sharing the accessibility of what we are trying to do. Some of the students that would benefit the most from this program from our counties might just be right out of that GPA a little bit, and that gives us the flexibility. The majority of the students are above the 2.5, but there again, that is trying to be able to utilize these funds the way they are intended to be utilized. The next, students must attend either Adams State University or Trinidad State Junior College. They must be full-time degree-seeking students. They must participate in what is called a rigorous-based program, and my next slide will share some elements of that. Preference is given to past and current COSI participants. So when we started this grant a couple of years ago, we have 2 to 3 years of students that are already participating in this rigorous-based program. Those students will have a preference given to them. We use unmet need in the awarding process. And then the final change is the scholarship range. We changed it from 1,000 to 1,500. And there again, that is to give us the flexibility as we are going through and awarding these students based on their need and their unmet need. That allows us to make the adjustments in there for the student to benefit them the most. And the next slide, Tony, do you want to talk about our rigorous-based programs?
Tony, you're on mute. Tony, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. So with the rigor-based program, both Trinidad State Junior College and Adams State University offer academic tutoring, mentorships, individualized counseling, all in that effort, as Lori said. When you look at the GPA, you know, some students might be coming in and starting at a lower GPA level, but with these programs that we offer to students, it's all about success and getting those students through and to graduation. So these are all important to the program and something that is a real benefit to students that are participating in the COSI program.
So back to what we are asking from the commissioners today is that we are asking for a letter of support to partner with ASU and TSJC and a commitment of funds. As I said, I know you're in the budget process, so we are looking to collect these letters by December 31st of what funds there again that the county can put forward and invest in their youth. Once we know that, then we can go to the state and ask for the matching funds based on it. It's called a proof of funds. These funds do not have to be sent to the foundation until July 1st of 2021. Because what we're doing, like I said, we're kind of doing this in advance. So that's when we would look at collecting. But we do need a letter so that we can apply for this grant by December 31st. So I hope the commissioners, I'm going to open it up and see if Tony or Dr. Lovell want to add anything, but we're asking both for your support in a letter and support in funding.
Just thank you. This is something that is to your citizens, to your county residents. So we really appreciate your support to allow your residents to have access to high quality post-secondary programs. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have one question, and maybe it was answered and I missed it as I was shuffling some paper here. For Trinidad State, does this cover vocational ed?
Yes, it does.
Okay, great.
As long as they meet the COSI requirements outlined above or previously, yes, it does. And I think one thing I'd like to add to President Lovell's comments, it is for your residents. And as Lori mentioned, we're able to help 21 to 32 students based on the allocation. But between the two colleges, we have over 200 students from Rio Grande County that are attending either Adams State University or Trinidad State Junior College. So, as many students as we can help, that's our goal.
You don't have to sell us on the program. We just have to see how much money we have.
Sure.
And that's what this is all about right now. But I really appreciate the time. Does anybody else have a question for them at this point?
No, I'm good. Thank you all.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your patience waiting for us.
Thank you. And I will go ahead and send a template letter for the letter of support, if that would be helpful.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Send it to me, Lori, I'll run with that.
Is that Judy?
Yes.
That's Judy.
Okay. Judy, could you send me an email?
I'll send you your email.
Yes, so I know where to send that. Thank you all. Have a wonderful day, and thank you for investing in our students.
Thank
You
you.
bet. You take care now.
Thank you.
Okay. Aubrey, are you still there?
Yes, still here.
So I'm so sorry.
It's all right.
You're up
You all are
next.
busy. Thanks for seeing me. Hi, everybody. I'm Aubrey with Southwest Conservation Corps. I've spoken to you a couple times. Just here to talk about the youth crew and ask for funding for next year. So I'll start with some of the reporting and some of the project work and talk about some of the youth. And then I've got some photos so I can share my screen, hopefully if that's not too challenging, and show you some photos. So this year, due to COVID, we had a delayed start. We had to put a bunch of protocols in place to be able to run safe programming. So we had to shrink our sessions to 4 weeks rather than 5. And because we did not have any local funding for the Mineral Rio Grande crew, they became a camping crew. And because of that, we were not able to get as much interest. In past years, we've had a wait list that's been pretty long. This year, we had many people quitting because they couldn't handle the camping. It was really stressful and anxiety producing being away from their family after being trapped at home for a long time. So our goal for next year is we would really like to have a local-based crew with programming where we can run a day crew, which will be much more successful, I think. So we had a couple weeks of fencing with Mineral County. We had a week of trails with sand dunes. And then they went to Alamosa and did some trail work there. Let's see, we had to shrink our crew size because it was a camping crew. So it was 4 members instead of 6. And 2 quit. So we ended up with 2 by the end, but they were really great, super solid. I'll show you them later. Our education days, we also had to adapt. Normally they're pre-scheduled and someone comes in and leads an activity. This year we wanted to minimize exposure to the public. So we just had our crew leaders leading a variety of activities. Mineral County was really great and set up some stuff for them that was locally based to learn about the history of the area. So that was really awesome. Yeah, I think that's the summary of this year. Our plan for next year is to run a 5-week session, like I said, that's locally based. Forest with the city of Monte Vista is currently working to get 1 to 2 weeks for our crew to do trail work there. So that would be day programming. And we are working to try and get other local sources. So hopefully you all will be able to contribute this year. And if you don't have projects, you can give that to other nonprofits. I know that there's like the mountain bike trails that need work, and McDaniel has also been helping us try and find some other local partners, but we really want to see this crew continue, and we're making adaptations. So hopefully you all will be able to support your local youth and continue with the program. Any questions on that before I move into the pictures?
What amount of money is it that you're looking for?
So 1 week is 7,200. So 1 to 2 weeks is 7,200 to 1,400, 400. Or yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
How much? You're gonna show us a picture, right?
Yes, I'm going to show you some pictures. Can I share my screen?
Sure.
You should be able to do that now.
Okay, cool. I see the button. Find my slideshow here. All right. So hopefully you all can see it.
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So this was who we ended up with at the end of the Mineral County crew. So our two crew leaders, Mike and Benji, and then Aiden and Ruthie, who are both from Del Norte. So this is what Ruthie had to say about the program. During my time at SEC, I've learned a lot of things that I will definitely use in the future. I'm so glad I decided to do SEC because I've had so many laughs and a lot of memories that I'll never forget. I'm going to certainly do this job next year, and I would encourage other kids to do SEC because you learn so many things from this job. The crew leaders I had taught me lots of life lessons that I appreciate deeply. I feel like this job has helped me grow in more ways than one, and I'm thankful for my crew leaders and the things they have taught and done for me. So week one, they were working in Mineral County, like I said. They built a cedar fence for the Creed Cemetery. So they dug holes and installed 14 fence posts and constructed 325 feet of fence. And a before and after.
Aubrey, was that a continuation of the fence from last year?
Yeah, they finished that project. Yep.
Okay.
Week two, so they installed a large sign at the entrance of the Creed Cemetery. That was quite the process. It was pretty big. And they renovated the Bob Ford grave site on the north side of the cemetery, replaced the log that holds the sign for the Bob Ford Memorial, gardened and pulled weeds around the Creed Health Center, and picked up trash around the Creed dump. So about 12 bags total. There's the fixed sign. There's the members having a good time using a drill, and they were really silly. This is a silly crew. They like to laugh. Week three, they went to the sand dunes. They built an armored turn on the dunes overlook trail. They built a one-tier retaining wall. They maintained 5 existing drains and a water bar in the dunes overlook trail. Redefined a 25-foot section on the sand ramp trail, and hiked about 10 miles in the sand looking for any necessary trail maintenance. And they built one rolling grade dip. And this is their happy dance, is what they called it. There we go. There we go.
It looks like the floss.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. They had an angry version of this too.
Yeah.
And here's a before and after of one of the walls that they built to help keep the soil in. So they did some professional development. They did rock work. They also had to change a tire. They got a flat in the sand. So the 2 members changed the tire. And the last week was with the city of Alamosa. So they worked on 2 miles of trail at the Alamosa Riparian Park. They installed 2 posts for signs. They naturalized any part of the trail that was a 2-track with the goal of making it a single track. And they worked with the Alamosa Parks and Rec crew on the Blanca Vista Trail, filling it in with the crush and wetting the crush and then compacting it. There's a before and after. Two members. And this is what Aiden had to say. Aiden, this is her second summer doing this with us. If someone were to come up to me and ask if SCC was a fun job, I would say yes, without a doubt. I've had such a great time and have gotten a lot stronger, mentally and physically. My crew leaders were so fun and supportive in every way. I've had too many funny and memorable moments to pick, only a few to write about. I'm proud of the work that my crew and I have accomplished these past 4 weeks. I have learned many new skills, including hacky sack. I'm kind of sad that the season is ending so soon, but I will always enjoy my time on Hitch and will most definitely be coming back. And these 2 are best buddies. So Ruthie Steps and Aiden Howell. And for an all-lady crew, according to Janelle from Mineral County, she was really impressed with how well they did. So, yeah,
Great.
I think that's all I've got. Any questions?
You have any more questions? You got a pretty good familiarity with what they do.
No, that's really neat. That's a really neat program for those kids. It honestly is. I've known a lot of those kids that's gone through that program personally, and it's been really beneficial.
Yeah, those kids are really great. They're good hard workers, and yeah, the camping was just really challenging this year. So hoping to adapt it and make it a more suitable program for these youth so that they can participate.
Well, you got thrown into the deep end with this virus. I'm sorry.
Yes, we did successfully make it through the season with no cases, no near misses. It was really overall really successful. So we're really grateful that we were able to provide jobs for these kids who had been stuck at home for months and months. So that was good.
What's your deadline date on commitments?
We ideally would like to know by early next year, so we can start making changes if needed to our schedule. So like January, February.
Okay. Well, we're just now getting through the budget, starting the budget process from the commissioner side here.
Right.
So we're going to be counting our pennies.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for listening to me again. I appreciate all of your time. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Aubrey.
We'll see you.
Aubrey, you'll need to return the host role to me on your participants list if you would do that.
Okay. How do I do that?
Under participants, there's the RGC administrator.
Oh, yeah.
And hover over that, it says more.
Yep.
And then make
host. Okay. Okay. You should be good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aubrey, again.
All right. Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Where'd Ryan go? Now that I need him.
Somewhere else.
He ran upstairs a while ago, so I don't know if he's got the court.
Well, he's been back down.
Yeah, he just left again.
Well, he may have, the reason because the CVRF, his email said that we didn't do the resolution when you guys, I don't know exactly where we are in that process. We have to vote the resolution.
We voted on, this was the one that was not the last meeting, but the meeting before. We voted on it.
Right.
But we hadn't done a resolution.
Okay. So we need to vote to approve this resolution, if that's your pleasure.
I'd move that we approve it.
Okay, the motion is second. Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How are you?
John, this is Nancy Lake.
Oh, this is like, wow.
Well, I come say hello.
Well, it's good to meet you. And I understand you live over in the vicinity of Movie Manor or somewhere on. Are you up on the west side of the hill, west side of the highway? Have you figured out north and south here yet?
South. I'm behind the Kellogg's.
You're behind the movie banner, I mean, behind the, we call that movie banner,
Yes.
right? Yeah,
And
yeah,
then there's one home, there's the Kellogg's.
right?
The son owns that. And then I'm the home next, 40 acres out.
Okay. 40 acres. Do you have any animals?
No. We had a bunch of cattle and llamas and poultry and whatnot when we lived on the other side of Kacharam.
Uh-huh.
Sold all that. I have chickens,
Do you want some more?
turkeys.
Not chickens. I don't have any chickens or turkeys.
Chickens and turkeys.
I can come up with, I can come up with, I don't know if we've got any llamas left or not. Emus. So,
Lots of dogs.
And just so you know, we are on Zoom.
we're on Zoom.
Now we tell you, right?
After you've already released all your personal information.
Okay. So we passed the CVRF resolution and we've got that signed. Clerk of the board. Got that end. Is there anything else under general business and administrative items at this point? Okay, public health issues. I've been working downstairs with, well, everybody. They're doing flu clinics right now, so it's all hands on deck when they do that, except they'll leave one person downstairs, keep the office. They've been working alternate days. They've decided amongst themselves which days somebody will be here, so we always have coverage. Their concern is that if one of them were to be exposed or contract COVID, and they were all working together, everybody in that office would have to self-isolate for the 14 days. And so to prevent that kind of exposure, make sure we have somebody, they have worked out their own schedule. And I can say that I know for a fact that they are working from home, partly complicated by the state audit, and the state audit is peeling the onion. We have until the 21st to submit some documents they requested, and then they intend to come down, be physically present. I can't say enough about how that team has been working. Ida Salazar is the COVID response person, and she's working 7 days a week. And Kaylee, as the office manager, had 3 grants put on her for the purposes of the audit and for grant management. Nancy Molina has been handling the Communities Care Grant, which is the Rio Grande Prevention Partners. Nancy Molina submitted her resignation yesterday. And she received a much better job offer, and she can work from home. And she's got children at home, and she's been having trouble scheduling around that. The sense was that we would, rather than try to hire, both Kaylee and Ida said they actually can handle the paperwork side of the Prevention Partners program as far as submitting reimbursement requests and all of that. And that Max is fully familiar with the community activity part of it. And so they felt that if we had put Max in that position, then they could handle the paperwork. Which leads me to grant issues. We know we've had trouble with the Healthcare Coalition grant, and that there was a $45,000 potential deobligate because it had been designated for expenditures that are not eligible under the terms of the grant. CDPHE has agreed to work with the steering committee and the county as fiscal agent to see if they cannot reallocate those funds for COVID response and other things. We're grateful that they're doing it. However, there are restrictions on that. And some of it has to do with last fiscal year and this fiscal year on that grant. On the Healthcare Coalition call yesterday, the steering committee was adamant that they want to be involved in this process. They were looking at where that money could be deployed. So they're working with RETAC and these other organizations to see what the needs might be, where that money can be used. The money is flexible in some sense, it's not in others, so they're having to walk a fine line. And there are some challenges there in the administration side, not here, there. And they're gonna work that out in the meeting next week. Jody Kern will be able to update you more on that because she's on that steering committee. But in any event, the grant was a mess. But I'm gonna go back to the Communities That Care grant, CTC, which is the Prevention Partners. And I don't have another way to say this. That's been functioning as a slush fund for public health. And this is some of the stuff that they're asking about in the audit. That particular grant pays for half the paper of the county. The other half's paid for by admin. So CTC is being billed for paper that's not directed to the program. And that, Jody will be able to address that because there are changes in the rules on grants on having to hire outside companies to manage indirect at social services, and she suspects the same thing will happen to public health because it's subject to abuse. But this was not indirect money. This money was line items, half of the money, half the paper we buy. We buy a pallet a year, $1,200 worth, 600 allocated here, 600 is communities of care. Okay. Then 50% of Tony's salary when she was hired on and all came out of the Communities of Care grant. It was never designated for that. 50% of her salary. And there was no direct benefit to the grant program. That money was in there to hire Communities of Care, Rio Grande Prevention Partners staff. And it turned out to be funding at least 50% of the quote unquote deputy director for public health. That was going to come out. The other one was, we were talking about indirect. We bill about $450 a month community cares, indirect comes into public health on reimbursement. None of that money has ever been earmarked for indirect expenses. I asked about the office manager because I thought that might be a way internally that they cover her salary was through the indirect. She's a separate line item on the Communities of Care grant. So that indirect money is just sitting there. And there's never been any billing that Nancy Molina could tell me that's come from this office or internally. Okay, we've already heard on another grant that indirect money was not being spent, it was just being banked, which is inappropriate. That's part of the reason for these changes, like at social services. And so we were told by Tony that there was $75,000 of money just sitting there in indirect that had accumulated in the public health department. Okay, and that's not authorized. She later subsequently told us that she thought she had that problem solved. We don't know because I've looked into the computers. I haven't spent hours digging, but there's no obvious record in there of how these decisions were made and how this money was being accounted for. So what's come out of this is a clear indication that we need better internal controls up here across the board. And I've talked to Debbie, and she is going to meet with the people from public health downstairs, and they're coming up with a system for tracking these grants so that we don't end up with these kinds of problems. It will be obvious up here in the admin office what's going on. An example of that is Communities That Care grant was, there were 2 checks written for $5,000 each, one to High Valley Community Center and one to the Kids Connection. There was only $2,000 in the budget between the two. So we were in the hole $8,000. And when that question came up, Kaylee was asked by Tony to redirect money from another grant to cover that check. Kaylee came up here, asked about the appropriateness of it, and was told no. And Kaylee went back to Tony, and Tony says, well, we'll just take it out of the foundation grant. Are any of you familiar with the foundation grant? I'm not either. I can't find it. I haven't found it yet. Okay. And so that's what we're looking at downstairs. A lack of internal controls. But I will tell you, everybody down there, there's not a person down there that's not working their tail off. And Diane has run a phenomenal flu clinic this year. I got my shot this week, no side effects, I'm doing well. She had the staff there. They made sure they've had one person down here to cover the office every day. Ida, I get emails and all. Further, I spoke to Arlene, and this will take us to the CVRF portion of this. Remember, the CVRF is not a public health grant. That is the CARES Act money, the coronavirus relief fund that's available. We were talking about with Forrest and all. How can we deploy that money? There are strict restrictions on constraints on how that money can be allocated. We're getting the portal opened up. Judy and I are going to take care of that now that she's officially on board. And we will be working with all the communities and the other entities. So I called Arlene at the hospital the other day and said, what do you need? Is there any way we can help you?
Don't hospitals have their own?
Everybody's got their own. There's so much overlap in this COVID money that it's duplicated overlapping efforts. Hospitals do have their own. However, under CVRF, we are authorized if there's a deficiency there to help fund it. So I just called and said, what's going on? Well, they're overloaded with, we've had our little spike. We're up to 13 active, I think, right now today in the county. I don't believe we had any new ones. I think it's going to start to flatten off again. And we've got one critical in the hospital, another one not as critical in the hospital right now from Rio Grande County. They're both on the front range. But anyway, I talked to Arlene and she is just overwhelmed. And she and Ida communicate daily 2 and 3 and 4 times, she said. So they're working very closely together. And one of the challenges is the SHARPS program, which is the needle exchange program for drug users. And Arlene said it's highly important. She's short-staffed. She's hoping that the new nurse that has now working, shown up, is here working now, Amy, will be able to help with the SHARPS program because the hospital just, with COVID and all, she said that's starting to move down the list of priorities. I said, okay, what do you need from us on that? She says, if we can have the nurse help out, I said, fine. And Arlene provided nurses to help with the flu clinic on our side. She needs other staffing. I says, what about PPE, testing kits, whatever you need? She says, we can't get testing kits, and it's not because of money, it is because they're not available. So the Rio Grande County is out, or the hospital is allocated 100 kits total per month. They used 68 last week. We're obviously falling behind. Now, the county public health also receives a monthly shipment of test kits. And I believe they're the traditional stick the Q-tip up your nose test kits that they send off to the lab. They're not the rapid response. And so they had an episode in the Saguache jail where they needed test kits. We provided some, provided others. We still have some in inventory. And so I'm talking to Ida, how many do we need to keep on hand here? Because the coroners had to request test kits for people that have passed away. And we provide those. And then my suggestion would be if Arlene is short at the hospital and if we have enough to cover us and some extra, that if they can use our test kits, that we would redeploy them there. But apparently the issue is not being able to afford them, it's being able to find them. If we could afford them, or no, if we could find them, we can buy them through the CVRF. I also asked Ida and Art, the emergency manager, to get together and I say compile a list of a wish list of COVID related personal protective equipment and other non-capital items, consumables, and tell me what you need so we can get orders placed and we can stock up in an appropriate fashion. And so they're going there. Now back to the hospital having their own money and the ambulances and all, like I said, there's so much overlap that everybody can buy masks with their funds. Well, last thing anybody wants is for Rio Grande County to assume that somebody wants a semi-load of masks and we show up and say, here. And they go, yeah, we already got some. And so we're having to coordinate. And so that's been part of the challenge because we have these siloed entities that all have money available, ambulance districts and all this stuff. And they're starting to cross over each other. And we want to make sure we don't do that.
I guess where my question came in was at one time, and I know what we've heard about these grants kind of changes from time to time. But what I had understood at one point was that there were different entities that had their own grant. The hospital had their own section, schools had their own section,
Right.
that sort of thing. And that if you already had your own section, you weren't eligible to get the big pot that the county
Right.
had.
It's.
And so is that
it's
something that's
fungible.
changed?
No, we can do that. We can support nonprofits, we can support nursing homes, we can support other things. What we cannot buy is anything that lasts longer than a year. Capital item. And it doesn't even say how much, dollar amount. So, you know, that was one of the things. I'm shifting from public health to the CBRF. We were talking, we need a screen. Obviously, we need a screen up there somewhere so we can see what's going on. Just looking over. Okay. Originally, Trish was telling us, don't go for FEMA money because that takes too long to recover. Let's use this other money. Well, as you read the guidelines, we can't buy a TV screen with that
Well,
money.
and that's the thing is, you know, we've gotten such
Mixed signals.
messages. And I know you said that, was it DRG that set up a whole Zoom room?
DRG, but I don't know which
And
funding
so
source.
it must have been from a different fund or
Those guys do
something like
magic
that,
with
yeah.
that.
I know of two places that have set up two separate EOCs with all the stuff, and it came out of their CBRF funds.
We just have to be careful
Yeah.
we don't cross any lines. So we're getting, I know there's been criticism in the community, CBRF money, things of that. Well, we've had the challenges like who's authorized. The other thing is Tony emailed Ida and said, charge part of your salary, and I think it was July, to the CBRF fund. And I go, we never talked about that. There's other funding sources downstairs to cover we got, I've got it back here, a bunch of grants. I mean, some of them are the traditional, and then we got some COVID related grants. And I said, we never talked about that. How did you even get in to do it? Because you got all this portal magic you have to do. So Ida's going to come talk to you and to Debbie and make sure that however we did that, we'll find out exactly what the story was. But it was totally left field.
And that, Ida's position is COVID response coordinator.
Yes.
And that was effective as of August 1st.
July 1st, I believe.
Oh, okay.
My recollection.
Because her grant expired June 30th.
Right, my recollection was that there was a month where there was a gap. And it was August 1st was the date that she assumed that responsibility.
I don't know.
And so there would be an issue, wouldn't be for me to
For
figure it out
July.
For July.
But there's other funds down there, other grants. There's 45,000 that just showed up out of the blue, which I believe has to be spent by the end of the year. Don't have the guidance on that. This book right here is kind of the summary book. And you look at it and there's no deliverables, there's no. So I'm compiling that. I lost everything I was doing on my computer. I'm starting over. But anyhow, we're going through those grants. We're going to go through the CBRF. And we have to be so careful that we don't double dip. That we have to be very careful that we utilize these grants efficiently. We just don't throw the first pot of money at this program. We might need to retain it for this program. For instance, we have one grant that runs for 3 years, but it's a COVID grant. And initially that was going to fund our COVID response coordinator. Okay. Well, we can look at that, but I suggested since that runs for 3 years and we don't have to spend, as I understand, a certain amount in each of the three, that if we have one of these $45,000 grants that would cover a position downstairs, that we would use that money first. It gets kind of goofy, but we're trying to develop a matrix. And the gals are spending an awful lot of time digging around on responding to the auditors. So that's it down there. Everybody. There's nobody down there that isn't working hard, and I'm really happy with it. The CBRF, we've talked about it. Unless you have questions, I'm going to have more information. Judy and I are going to work together on this with Christy Doon, and I'll be getting together with Forrest and Dan Hicks and the others to make sure that we don't let anything fall through the cracks.
Yeah, that's always been my main concern is if it's there and it's something we can use for Rio Grande County, we need to do all we can use as long as we can figure out how to do it properly.
And not have to write a big check. Well, that brings up something, dealing with the public health. And I don't want to belabor this, but I was talking to Jody yesterday about the HCC, the Healthcare Coalition Grant Hall. She said when she took over downstairs as social services, as the interim director, which was 10 or 12 years ago, there have been so many mistakes made down there that she had to go in. And so it took her 2 years to unravel it. And it cost the county $1 million because the grants and what have you had not been administered properly. And while I don't think we've got $1 million exposure downstairs, the same types of things have been happening. And we do have exposure. So one thing I can say about the state is they've been extremely easy to work with on this. Very cooperative. Are there any questions on that? Then I'm going to bail on that.
I do have an email from Melissa Canaday. She, of course, is head of the audit division at CDPHE. She asked how the audit was going. I haven't responded because I haven't had any direct interaction with anybody. Can I refer her to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, I've never spoken with her, so all I'm hearing about that is what the gals tell me that somebody requested documents.
Right. And that's been primarily coming from Kim Raccoon's, those document requests.
Yeah, Kim's the one.
And it is my impression that Kimra works under Melissa.
I'm guessing. You bet.
I'll forward that information.
Thank you. Okay. Anything else under public health? Any questions? The one thing is we're moving, the governor's dial. We can go red, green, yellow, what have you. We're red.
Really? Well, that's surprising.
Well, when we hit 4, when we had 4
Spike.
active cases, it dropped us down a notch. And so because we're up to the 13 active, we're dicing along. And Ida is the one that is working with the different groups that are having meetings and stuff. So the Rotary is having the gun show. So she's going to go down and put signs up. Rotary's going to take temperatures. They're going to do what they can. And we're kind of walking this very fine line. And I told him, I says, if we have an outbreak, we'll strangle all of you. Take care of it. We'll have a different outbreak because it is popping up in weird places. It's not like there's a single point where it started and spread out. It's just, and we don't know, but Colorado had 1,000 new cases overall yesterday. It's not just us. So, blah, blah, blah. Sorry. Okay, unfinished business. Is there anything else on the unfinished side? You're just tired. You want to go home and check.
I have an announcement to make, and I should have probably made it during public health.
What's the announcement?
So, we have hired a doctor for the position of public health director. He will start November 1st or right thereabouts. His name is Dr. Bancoli. He's coming to us from Florida. Seems very excited about relocating and getting out here. So I was going to go by and tell the ladies today downstairs, so because I knew they would come up, but there wasn't anybody in there when I went there. They was all working. So, anyways, I wanted to make sure that everybody knew we had made that commitment, and we do have a public health director starting.
Can you spell that for the minutes? His
Yes.
last name?
Dr.
Okay, got that.
Bancoli, B-A-N.
B as in boy?
Yes, B as in boy, A as in apple, N as in Nancy, K as in kilo, O-L-E.
Is it E or an A?
E.
E.
You're sure?
Yes,
Yes.
positive. Positive.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. This brings us to the budget draft. Did we need Debbie for that?
Bring her in for that since she
This is
is
yours.
the expert.
Oh, boy. Thanks.
And Nancy, are you going to want to visit with us a little bit, or are you just here to spy on us?
I was hoping to make an introduction of Nancy to the board beyond what I've done today.
Nancy. Click. Sorry.
Nancy is somebody who could act as an interim county attorney upon my departure. My notice was for the end of October. As again, I've always said that I'm willing to work with whomever serves in that capacity to help make that transition possible. Nancy's somebody that I've had a very good working relationship with for 6-7 years, something like that.
6 or 7.
And so the county has not yet done an RFP or a formal publication for a county attorney. I don't think that's something that would necessarily be required for that position, but even to fill it on an interim basis until December 31st, when my contract would have expired. And then if you decide to put out for an RFP for a contract position or employee or whatever, then you can do that, but at least you have somebody in the meantime and the board's not left without any legal advice. I will say Nancy personally approached me and expressed interest when she knew that I was contemplating representing the Cornwall County Department of Social Services. And I don't know if this is the time that you want to have that discussion or if you want to reserve it for another time, but I think Nancy has a number of years of experience, both in the law and relevant experience representing cities and counties, was part of the E470 development project, I understand. She has a background in real estate and a number of other qualifications that I think would lend themselves to the type of law that is pertinent to representing Board of County Commissioners, land use. She has experience with law enforcement, child welfare, and I think otherwise she's very well qualified and would be a good personal fit for this board. Just to be upfront, the only thing that would potentially present as a conflict is that she does representation for the Office of Respondent Parent Counsel. And so there would have to be a Chinese wall of sorts between Nancy and any representation she would provide to the board as it pertains to the Department of Social Services. And that would be the only, which shouldn't necessarily be a problem because I'll stay on as the attorney for the Department of Social Services. My contract is with the Board of County Commissioners. And so my representation would continue to be of the board in that regard. And then, if that were something that the board wanted to do, then what Nancy and I would have to figure out is how to do a conflict waiver in those cases where she's appointed and the county is essentially an opposing party in that case, the county through the Department of Social Services. But because she wouldn't represent the Department of Social Services, it shouldn't be a true conflict. So I guess that kind of falls under the category of unfinished business because I had given my notice to the board on September 30th, and the end of the month will be here before we know it.
Can I ask a procedural question? We had a little side conversation about your purchasing policies and the fact that they don't differentiate professional services separate from goods. So that might be something we want to clean up because professional services are hard to put a dollar value on. If you're going out to bid for anything over $10,000, how much attorney services does that buy you? So
a lot.
Well, but most organizations have an exception for professional services that doesn't fall under the same standards for bid process. Now, with that said, I think it's important that you see what's out there regardless, and what that looks like in terms of procedure under your policies. I probably need your input on that.
Yeah, and I also want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing because there is a purchasing policy floating around the administrative office that was never actually approved by the board.
That's what I suspected.
And so there is a purchasing policy that is a very general assets and equipment over $5,000 that has to be approved through a bid process by the board. That has always needed to be there always needed to be a procurement policy and a source policy that was more comprehensive than what we have in place. But it's my understanding, and that all predates even my involvement with the board, but that purchasing policy you're referring to was never actually approved by the
I think
board
you're
level.
right. I think you're right. And as long as I get clear direction on how you want to fill this position and what kind of timeline we want to go through with that.
And I guess, is this something that we would want to discuss, whether it would be as an employee or as a contract?
I would
person?
recommend that you put this on your next meeting agenda for all of those decisions. We're cutting awful close to the end of your time here, so we don't have a lot of time to, if your decision is to move forward with a formal request for proposals, that requires a couple months of time. But if you're proposing that they hire an interim in the meantime, that could be done at the next meeting also.
And maybe if that's what the board is inclined to do, what Nancy can do is supplement what I've stated on the record in terms of her qualification and her background in the form of a resume, and get that to the board to consider. And there's nothing, that's ultimately the board's prerogative. There's nothing that would bind the board in terms of that decision. She's somebody I think would be very good for the position, for whatever that's worth, but I just want to make sure that I make that introduction. And I know that Nancy, even though she's been practicing in the 12th Judicial District for a number of years, she was actually doing that by way of traveling 500 plus miles, or 5 hours a day. I don't know about 500 miles, but 5 hours a day back and forth, depending on when she had dockets. And since she has now relocated here, I knew that she might not yet be a familiar face, but she's not a brand new attorney by any means. And I think both her personality and her disposition would be something that would be well suited for this board.
So if I may,
Yes.
I'd like to preface my sending over of a written resume with a 5-minute introduction on who I am. I started my adult life as an international forensic accountant.
Could you step up here so that we can capture you on the? on
Don't
the
say
camera?
accountant around here because somebody's gonna pounce on you
Yeah,
and give you a
right.
job.
I have not done accounting for well over 20 years, so to speak. But I started as an international forensic accountant, as an independent contractor to 9 of the integrated circuit manufacturers in Silicon Valley. I was sent overseas. I was one of the first Americans allowed into mainland China to do an audit of their distribution systems. Found a $42 billion hole in the electronic distribution systems for Silicon Valley, and sort of made a name for myself as a busybody, I guess. My husband was a police officer and killed in the line of duty. While he and I were both working on master's degrees, my master's is in organizational development and human resources. He was killed in the line of duty. I was pregnant with my 4th child at the time, and that sent me screaming to law school because the city of San Jose mismanaged his death horrifically. That gave me a genuine interest and insight into the management of cities and counties. So I spent my law school time doing internships for both City of San Jose and for the City and County of Santa Clara, which was fascinating because they had their own electric services, similar to Trinidad on the other side of the hill once upon a time. Upon graduating from law school, I represented peace officers for a period of time. Sad part of that is that you get to know the people you love a little too well, which caused me to move from California to Colorado. In moving to Colorado, I had to determine what I was going to do with myself. So I represented the county sheriffs of Colorado. I was their executive director for a number of years, which gave me some genuine insight into county functions, law enforcement. Oh, prior to county sheriffs, I was the director of administrative services for E470. So I helped build that highway from mile marker 6 at Parker all the way up past I-70.
So you're to blame.
Well, I'm to blame for your video enforcement of tolls. That you can genuinely lay at
That's my
my
big
feet.
gripe.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was
Because
doing.
I did in fact run the full circuit of judicial education for video toll enforcement. That was a lot of fun, actually. It was a great deal of experience in learning how the judicial part interfaced with the county government and law enforcement. So I did that, and then I ran the county sheriffs of Colorado for a number of years, was stolen back out to California for a short period of time to assist that group of sheriffs get back on their feet. Was not happy to be in California, came immediately home to Colorado and landed here. At which time I started my practice representing parents. I have raised 13 children, gave birth to 3. The rest have been adopted and acquired, and some just sort of showed up in first grade and never went home. And so I have an affection for parents because children don't come with guidebooks. And while the bulk of our parents are in trouble for substance abuse, there are other issues that land them in the hot seat with Child Protective Services. So I have a passion for that, and I'm not willing to give that up, which leads me to I would not want to choose to be an employee. I would remain an independent contractor should you desire to have my services. I think I have a wealth of experience to bring. I think I'm pretty confident that I could help you as elected officials not overstep the rules, so to speak, or find yourselves in hot water with your general public. And now that I'm one of your general public, I have a vested interest in making sure that we do things right. That's a little bit of history about me. As Ryan said, we've worked together now. I think we're pushing our 7th year. I was in fact commuting from the mountains above Stonewall out to the 12th Judicial District. Last year I put on 52,855 miles and told my husband I'm done.
So you keep track of details.
I do. Very detail oriented. I believe that my peers and my judges would tell you I'm 15 minutes early, always. And there's never been a document I haven't read. So I'm ready. I'm prepared. I'm always Johnny on the spot, so to speak.
Time availability. If you're doing child protective type things, taking care of kids and families.
Well, all my kids are raised. That's the good news. All my kids are productive citizens, and my grandchildren likewise are coming along very nicely. I don't have to commute 5 hours a day anymore. So I have 5 hours a day more than I used to have. I also have let go of Pueblo, Huerfano, and Los Animas counties. So instead of representing 9 counties and districts for parents, I'm only doing the San Luis Valley. That's a lot of time in my book. Used to start at 4:30 in the morning and end at about 11:30 at night. Now I get up at 6. I can go home for lunch and have dinner with my husband, which is very nice to do.
We spoke last week, and I think one of the only dockets that Nancy has right now that might conflict with meetings is the Costilla County docket.
That's correct. And I'm down to 3 cases in Costilla. One of them almost completed, one of them brand new. And so if I were to substitute another counsel in there, it wouldn't be offensive to anybody. And the other one is somewhere in limbo. I would complete it.
Okay, so you have a couple to wrap up then.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
At least 2 to wrap up, maybe 3.
One that I would have to wrap up, the others I can hand off to
Okay.
peers, yeah. And that one that we're looking to wrap up should be done by Thanksgiving.
Should?
Mhm. Will be. If I have my say, and he'll tell you. If I get my say, it'll be gone.
Next steps. You got questions? I mean, you heard credentials?
I don't have any questions right now. I don't think so.
Okay.
The scheduling thing is the main concern as far as that. We don't really have to tie it down today, so.
No.
Well, I think this would probably be something that we need to think about. And we've got a couple weeks, 2.5 weeks, I guess, before Ryan's official resignation. And so I think it would, maybe we can think about it and talk about it at our next meeting.
Well, we could do that. My suggestion is we don't run up to the deadline there. I'm sure you would like to have some sense of what we're doing, whether it's an interim or.
I won't touch it. I was gonna stop everybody.
Huh? What's that?
He says you'd like to have some sense.
Oh, you're gonna stop me
I
there?
was gonna stop you.
I'm actually very flexible. And so, should you decide you'd like to have further discussions with me, just let Ryan know.
Well, I think probably would like to do that.
Do you mind if I just forward your contact information to the
Not at
board?
all, in fact. Oh, well,
You
that's
don't have
easy.
to. We got business cards. Thank you.
I brought cards.
Thank you.
That way you'll have something for the record.
So you are keeping a formal office downtown.
My office for the last 7 years has been on 4 wheels.
I was gonna say it's your car, right?
Yes, it really has. It's been, I'm kind of like not the Lincoln lawyer, but the expedition lawyer. And by the time you commute, add 5 hours of commuting, there's no point in trying to keep an office downtown because I was never there.
Well,
As it turns out, I was never even home. So
yeah. And I'm
Yeah.
sure you and Ryan have either talked or will talk, so he can kind of give you an attorney's take on how we function or dysfunction.
he did. And I have a couple of other county attorney friends that we actually had some lunch together last week to sort of give me the scoop, if you will.
And you're
So
still here.
And I'm still here, yes. I'm
Well,
still here,
Ryan,
so-
did you give her any heads up on railroad law? Railroad
I-
bankruptcy law?
I did not. Yeah, no, and if that were something that the board wanted to do, then even though we are always opposing counsel on cases, we have a really good working relationship, really good ability to communicate with one another. And I think that would be an easy handoff in terms of making that transition happen on any or all of the matters. And then just as a side, Nancy also teaches tactical weapon training in her free time. And so she's going to drag you out to the deserts of Nevada and teach you how to
Okay.
do whatever if you need to.
I do not do any more bankruptcy work per se. I am still federally licensed for that. Have done foreclosures and bankruptcy work. I've had a number of cases at the federal courts against sovereign citizens when they have chosen to fight bank ownership and titled property ownership, things of that nature. So I'm not green, if you will, on some of those issues, but I guess that comes with age, right? Lots of experience.
If you take this position, you'll get I won't say a fire hose exposure to railroad bankruptcy, but you're gonna get some exposure.
Okay. Okay.
And Ryan can say it more succinctly than I can.
Yeah, you can take about 15 minutes, get y'all caught up.
Yeah.
Well, I did
Thank
want to
you.
stop in today and say hello since it's not a court day someplace else. And we almost had a hearing at 1:30 today, which I was prepared for. That's why I dragged all my junk with me. But
Glad
if
came
you
in.
should choose to use some interim services and it's a good fit and we turned it into a long-term thing, that's great. I'm glad to be here in Rio Grande County. I'm very proud of this county. I think we've done some wonderful things out here and did a lot of research before we sold our ranch on the other side of the hill and decided to move here. So I think you should be very proud to be the commissioners to this county.
Well, it was wonderful to meet you.
It's nice to
Thank
meet
you.
you all as
Thank
well.
you so much.
Okay,
We'll be talking.
thank you. See you, Ryan. Tomorrow morning at 10, you say, right?
WebEx.
Debbie,
I just wanted to present you with the draft budget for 2021. Yep. So it's kind of summarized. The first part of, there's tabs in there based on funds, and then there's a summary, and then there's a detail. So we did not get the budget from the lodging fund. I don't know, Suzanne Benton was in communication. So I went ahead and budgeted the same numbers. You know, this is just a draft, so we can still update them and change them. And then public health was another one that we need to work on still. So those are the two funds that will need to be reviewed. There was a call from Mary Allen from the Extension Service. She wants to come and talk to you guys about increasing the funding. Normally, like you were giving around like $25,000, but she said she wants to come and talk to you and see if she can get more for operating. Apparently they need more staff. So she wanted to come visit with you. I didn't know what type of meeting you wanted to, in a public meeting or in a budget meeting.
Budget meetings
What?
are public.
Are they? No, department meetings.
Oh, at the department level. I have some procedural questions around those same things, since I'm seeing it completely new. What I understand has happened so far is the departments have been involved, right, in preparing the draft?
It's all their requests. This is all their requests. The only thing that I have not included in there, because I haven't got any direction from you, is salary. If you want to keep it at the same level, if you want to increase it. So everything right now is at 2020 level, except for a few of the increases in insurance, health coverage.
And the bigger question is related to, you know, if there are, certainly your role in salaries is to budget. So if you decide you want X number of dollars that will provide for X percentage of cost of living increases, that's your call. When it comes to determining the salary of specific people, I see that as an administrative function, but if you have routinely been involved and want to be involved, we'll carry it forward that way. So if we have, say a department head level person who wants an increase in pay, would you want to be the ones to hear that request as part of your budget, or would you want me to look at it through market surveys and make the determination based on what you allocate in the budget?
I think a combination
Okay.
is, I think that it would be appropriate for you to look at market surveys and whatever
Bring
and
that
have
to
a
you.
recommendation, but then we should make that decision.
So at what level of employee do you want that involvement? If Suzanne just did a beautiful classification schedule that was done by Lee and Burgess.
It's been a while since it's been updated, but apparently we haven't been following the process. So she was trying to explain to us so we could get a good understanding.
It's a great tool.
It is.
It's
And I don't think
it's
been
got all of
followed
our
yet.
employees.
I think that's the problem, is that we've had it, and it's been sort of followed, but
But
not
not quite. So
to the
maybe
letter.
with this budget cycle is the opportunity to implement that. And I haven't looked at it other than the structure of itself. I haven't looked at it in the context of how it relates to the actual pay of our employees. So if I have an employee coming to me, say, I really need more money, first thing I'm going to do is look at that classification and see what, you've got two things. What is the position worth and what is the person worth? And the person is done through an evaluation process that is hopefully set up to happen. I don't know if it is or not. The position is what is determined by market value and comparable government agencies.
We have other issues. Gene has been kind of tasked with being compensation guy. But we have employees at what, 32 and a half hours a week, 35 hours a week, and 40 hours a week.
Yes.
And there's vast confusion because of that.
Well, that classification schedule addresses all those things.
Okay, and I've not, but for instance, people in public health would rather go, they're 35 hours a week, they'd rather go to 40, they don't need an hour lunch, they would rather take a half hour, is what they told me. And the risk to those departments is if you have, let's say, 5 people in there working 35 hours a week, and they go to 40, you've just taken 20 hours more personnel time, maybe you don't need as many people. You got-
And it's going to impact your budget.
And you have to budget accordingly, yes. We're gonna have to.
But you might get this, you might get your work done with fewer
Well,
bodies.
and that goes back to the bigger picture is what is the workload and what positions are needed. And I think now that you've got Deborah in for HR, you know, she's going to lead the way with determining some of those things. She's new enough that, you know, she's just digging in also. So we might be looking at next year at this time being able to answer those things in a better way. But in the meantime, what we need to do immediately has some holes in it for salary that I've heard from employees that want to be considered for, they left the dollar amount out because they were hoping you would address that during your budget process.
That's something we're gonna have to consider. I just saw an ad looking for people who can operate hay equipment and stuff like that, $20 an hour for hay hands.
It's a
I
tough
used to
market
pay,
right now.
huh?
It's tough to hire people right now.
Well, we're in a cost push situation for us, and it's not gonna back up because we're gonna lose people to these higher paid positions that are offered. And we just don't have any flexibility in there. We really have to manage it tight. But we've got to take care of our people or we'll lose them.
And the revenues are budgeted.
How's that?
Revenues, I project them conservatively because, you know, I don't know what the COVID-19 is going to do next
We
year.
don't know.
I will say with the people who have stepped up through the transition, I've seen some amazing employees here. And you pointed it out from your department, and you don't want to burn those employees out and lose them. You want to protect them.
I
value
would
them.
suggest that you and I sit down and have a conversation on the
Okay.
compensation package, whether we go forward with it for this budget cycle, we put it into next year.
And
type
it may
thing,
be something that
practices,
we can start now and then
Yeah.
work toward
We'll
something
look
more
at it and
developed later
Then
on.
we can report it back in a regular meeting sometime.
That's perfect.
instead of
And
here, so.
involve Deborah
Okay.
perhaps because she's
Yeah.
doing that stuff on
Just so
compensation.
you know, Gene, the person who actually came down and did the audit and then developed that classification, that
Mhm.
step and grade.
Yes.
Her name is Annette York, and she was with Lee and Burgess, and she is now on her own. And so I mentioned to her, because I know her personally, she now lives in the state of Ohio, or Iowa, excuse me, but that classification schedule was not really working per se for what our county needs were. And by her own admission, it was outdated and needed to be updated. And I have her contact information at home. And if you'd be interested in me at least relaying that and making that connection, she's
Yes.
no longer with Lee and Burgess and believes that she could provide a consultation for significantly less than whatever the county paid initially.
And what that needs is probably updating rather than creating from scratch.
Right.
Because really the structure of it is not bad.
Yeah, her name now is, it was Annette York, it's Annette Hofer now, but I can have that card sitting at home. But if you want it and just for whatever it's worth.
I think it's
use
worth
it.
it's
Yeah.
worth considering. Yeah.
Make the contact. But you two are going to talk.
We
probably.
will. And then the rest of my question about process on the budget is what happens next on your end? What do you need from us?
When do we schedule the meetings? We want to get this done because we want to make sure it's done before the.
We are
December-
on
the
legal
date, December
deadlines, right?
15th.
Well, the part of the schedule is this preliminary needs to be adopted and submitted by tomorrow, doesn't it?
It needs to be in your hands by
simply in our hands.
So we've met
That's
that
it.
requirement. by-
We've met the
by-
requirements. So what's our next
We
requirement?
don't need to approve the fact that we have a preliminary?
I don't think so.
I've never, they just know that I presented to you before the deadline. That's all I've ever done.
It'll be in the minutes that was done if we need any.
So there's no reporting to the state that we're Bill or whomever does this.
The only ones when we adopt it, we have a deadline on that. And we have a deadline to the mill levy, to adopt the mill levies and all of those.
And you can give us a calendar of deadlines.
There is one,
Debbie's got one
the
made
state
up.
has one on their website. I'll download it and give it to you guys.
So
And the final is due before December 15th?
And then we have to do the amended budget too. We'll have to.
supplemental for last year or this
For
year.
this
I mean.
year, yes.
Then obviously there's two entities that have not submitted.
Two funds,
Yeah, two funds
the lodging fund
and
and.
public health, and we're still looking at. what
Yeah, we need
grant
to make
was.
sure we get a good grasp on all of their grants and see what's gonna be left and carry into 2021.
So I will compile what I've got or have access to, get together with you, see where the holes are, and we'll fill the holes. Okay.
Yeah, and I will too. I'll check on mine.
You're the lodging fund guy, right?
The first page, I kind of summarized some of the big wants requested, capital and stuff like that. So there's two columns, one's what was included in the budget and what was not included in the budget. And we went ahead and included the DSS budget in here too, so.
And these items, budget requests, these are not included, so any deficit we have does not include these numbers.
On the column, there's two columns. The one that's not included is not in the budget,
Okay, so you included on the.
just the ones that are on the left side.
But these are things that they did request, you
Right.
just didn't include them.
Right, most of them have to do with salary increases.
Okay.
What is your preference in terms of your digestion of all the information? Do you prefer to have Debbie and I sort of walk you through it? Do you want to, obviously you can read it on your own between now and your first meeting. At your meetings, which I assume are going to be work sessions, do you want department heads here to field questions? Do you want them to present their budget to you? What do you like?
I think the department heads here is a good idea. I think there's some departments that we may, if, once we read through this and digest a little bit, we may be able to say, we don't necessarily need to talk to them if they have something particularly want to.
Field questions or ask
They
of
can, but
you?
otherwise, we'll schedule the ones we really need to
Okay.
work on, I think. Guys?
Yeah, because as normal, there are some departments that you bring them in, they say, oh, just the same as last year
That's most.
or something.
I don't
And
see
so-
any of that like that this year. They're all asking for stuff.
A little bit of everything. There's not.
And really, it's those big things
What's the
that you
core?
probably are going to
Wasn't it
be
26,000?
talking about.
I think
Correct.
the biggest department would be the sheriff and the jail.
Right.
If you look, that's going to be the increase right there.
And because I don't know what you've talked about historically, you may already be doing some of this, but what I would really encourage you to do is to think forward more than just 2021. Especially if you're looking at property needs, space needs, acquisition, water needs, build that into at least a 5-year plan, if not more forward thinking than that.
Good idea.
Debbie, a question, the 2020 budget, which is still not completed yet. So are these numbers real-time numbers, or are these based off the budget?
There's a
They're
column-
actually budget
There's a
numbers, huh?
column in there, if you look at, let's look at the general fund. So you have 20 total activity, that's the whole year, 2019 is the whole year, and then you got a 2020 year-to-date activity through August. And then you got the 2020 approved budget, and then the 2021 DR budget, and that means department requests.
Okay.
And then there's a comparison of the two budgets, the 2020 and 21 increase or decrease.
Right.
And then I included some charts just so you could see it visually where all the money is going and where the variances are.
Sure. So, for example, in 2021, indirect services, these are not revenues, these are budget increases, decreased by 211,000.
Yeah, and that was because we budgeted to purchase Tyler in 2020, our encode software.
Right.
And we went ahead and went through a lease process.
So did we absorb that all in 1 year, or do we absorb it?
It's carried throughout, I think, 3 or 4 years, and that's reflected in the budget already.
Okay.
There's 2 payments per year, and that's already included in there.
That's the type of thing, we can look at this and kind of see highs and lows real easily.
Right.
Right. Well, the sheriff isn't gonna like looking at these charts, is he?
You know, I just, initial conversations mostly with the sheriff. He's expressed some long-term needs that might be building property related, but he's also got a copy machine that just is not working right now. And I don't know if that's been accommodated in this year's budget. I don't know if there's a plan to replace those machines moving forward. So those are the kind of forward-thinking things that I would encourage you to look at as we do. And, you know, and to get through right now, we've got to get them functional. We've got to do something to either fix his existing machine or get a new one in. And so I'm in the process of getting information to do that. But
I don't know if he has prioritized his needs. I don't know if he has something that he can give to them with priorities.
That I don't know either. But we're getting some price quotes for his machine is one that Gobin's does our main service, and they don't maintain that machine. It was an old.
That
machine,
was one that was purchased under a different philosophy. And that machine, I believe, is only 2 years old, maybe 3.
I have the impression
but it
it
was
much older than that, but I don't know.
It was purchased as opposed to lease.
Right.
And there was somebody who was supposed to maintain it. And I think that person has not.
Okay.
And from what I understand, I don't know about issues now, but some of the issues in the past were that person who was supposed to maintain it wouldn't even provide ink or toner. And so that was.
So they're kind of stuck with no
They're-
support.
right.
Out of that machine, regardless of how old it is.
Well, there are so many issues with the sheriff's department coming up. Senate Bill 2217 is not going to go away.
Right.
We're working on our end of CCI legislative part, and it is not going to be adjusted. So we're going to have some.
We're stuck with
And
the way
there's
it is.
some.
Well, pretty much. They pushed back a little bit, but all the sheriff's departments across the state are trying to go ahead and get as much raise as they can now for 2021, even though some of it may not be due till 2022, but they're not sure there's going to be any.
And the planning around that, I don't know if the sheriff himself is, I know he's aware of it because we've talked about it, but if he has the technical knowledge to know how much server space he needs to maintain those videos, what does that look like? How is it backed up? Who's doing those technical things? That's not necessarily something he should have expertise in as law enforcement. So we here need to develop that forward plan for what does our technology look like next year and 2 years and 3 years.
Well, and I think that stuff is available online type thing, because they set it up and they tell you how long you have to maintain it and what it takes to put in there.
Yeah, yes.
How it's controlled. So you'll be able to build your base off it. He may not have, but it's available through the.
All new amount of money.
Yes.
Right, nothing that's the money will fix.
It's only dollars.
So you guys need to appoint a new budget officer because normally it's administrator and I think it's Trish Slater now. So do you need to have?
I think
Did we not change that to you?
I don't think so. I think it was Trish Slater last year.
Financial officer, but I think the budget officer may have.
It usually defaults to the administrator, and I don't know if that resolution said that specifically. I'm happy to be named that now that I'm administrator.
My recollection is that we did a change of the budget officer to Suzanne Benton, but let me look and see if that
So
was
it may
in that
need
resolution.
specifically addressed.
And do we need to, and when we do that, do we need to name a person or can we just name a position?
I would recommend naming a position because you may have a new administrator in here before your budget is done, right? That would
Well,
be-
the
that would be a
statute
good
said
thing.
that the board can create the offices and make an appointment. So I think the appointment should be to a specific person as the budget officer, in order to be in compliance with the statute. But let me figure out what we've done, and either it's either in the minutes or it's in this resolution.
I was kind of thinking we changed it, but I can't remember who we changed it to.
I thought we named,
Well, yeah, since Trish left. That's the way I remember it, but I can't guarantee anything.
I vote for your
These two.
memory that it's Debbie.
Because
yeah, do we have it?
it's just I don't know, it'd just be a briefing. Isn't it? I don't know.
Are we saying move that before the executive?
That's what was.
That's what, didn't other business, wasn't it usually before executive?
I questioned that also.
I think this might have changed.
Unless your executive session has to do with that action.
Okay.
Not to my knowledge.
I need.
Okay,
I have
on
a
August
meeting
12th, in the minutes, it says that
3.
Suzanne Benton was
With.
interim budget officer.
Yeah. with the opioid.
Oh, yeah.
So
So this is-
the resolution passed today does not specifically appoint Judy as the budget officer. There's reference to responsibilities within the position statement that she is to prepare the budget and make recommendations to the commissioners. I think it would be appropriate just to make sure that today, the record of today's meeting reflects appointment as the budget officer, and then I can prepare a resolution that specifically
reflects
states budget officer, but for the board to have a motion and vote today on a budget officer since Suzanne Benton is gone.
Ryan, would it be appropriate to go back and quickly amend that resolution that we passed
can-
today and then just reprint it?
Yes, I can do that if that's something that you're, and I can put a provision in the resolution language itself that appoints you as the budget officer. Is that something that the board would like me to do right now?
John?
Yes.
Okay, I'll make this change and then send it to Bobby.
And then that would eliminate one resolution,
Right.
just make
It
it clear.
make it clear for your next transition to have it all in one place so you can transition. I think it's fully.
We've got that covered. All right. Anything else, Debbie?
Just let me know what you want to do with Mary Ellen, so I'll give her a phone call and let her know how you want to discuss her request.
We have a San Luis Valley Board of County Commissioners meeting on the 26th in Alamosa. So if we're going to, that's what's on my calendar anyway.
I know there was one, but was that concerning this or was that concerning the public
Yeah,
health
the public
discussion?
health thing.
I can't remember
No,
what day
well,
that was.
I had it on here for, that's why I gave you those sheets at the last meeting, because I had it on, we were gonna go through that. Our county stuff like we always do.
I have an email here from late yesterday asking when that date is, and La Puente is wanting certification for a grant that they are applying for, but it needs that Board of County Commissioners.
So it's broader than just a single issue. As we understand it.
I think she's gonna go want to talk to the other counties too. see
She'd
if
like
they
to
can-
talk to us specifically.
Yeah.
Because
she
we're the
was gonna
soft
talk to
touch.
other counties as well.
Well, I think she's probably talking to each of them individually.
Actually, I think,
You're looking at calendars, you're looking at.
I actually think we did, she hasn't got on here. They did set that, they had it set for the end of the month, but I think they changed it to the first week in November, but I don't have the date on
That's
there.
SLC, BLCC.
Yeah, I was thinking we could have that
the-
meeting before we had that talk with.
Yeah.
Mary Ellen's what I was
There
thinking,
is
yeah.
a meeting
Or
on the
the-
26th to discuss public health.
That's the
Yeah.
LPA, no,
That's
there's
the
a
public health
LPHA
region.
today, yeah. on the same subject.
Yeah, I knew that one was on there, but I think here's the problem. This came up. It came up with, that's a special meeting and it's on a Saturday.
Who
So,
initiated that?
It must be her fault since she's new.
And
It-
that was, what meeting was that came up
It
on the
just says
Saturday?
special meeting.
It's on,
Oh,
it's
yeah,
on
this
the
Saturday?
commissioner's
Yeah.
calendar, and I don't know where it originated from.
Well, I don't think anybody knows where it originated from.
But we've got, if you look into November and some others, you'll see similar.
Well, and you have a regular commissioners meeting falls on Veterans Day, and I don't know if that's a closure.
Is Veterans Day a Wednesday?
It is.
Oh, okay.
So you might want to start thinking about what you want to do with that, if that's an issue.
So this is ready to sign?
Yes, so just so that it's clear, I added paragraph 2 and renumbered the other paragraphs, but paragraph 2 simply states Judy Egbert is hereby appointed as county budget officer.
Does your computer print to our, link to our printers?
It doesn't. No, I just had to see if it's send that to Bobby.
So back to the question of when would you like to meet to start your budget discussions?
And what would you like to?
And who would you like present at those meetings?
And what do you want?
Well, I think we're gonna have to look through this book ourselves to
decide
Oh, absolutely.
which
Okay.
department heads we want to
Okay.
visit
Yeah.
with.
because we don't want to invite them all here
Okay,
the first meeting. We might have to have a couple. I think at one year we met Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday one year just so we could break up the
Right.
department heads or something like that. So, but I'd like to look through this to see where the biggest
What's your
areas are.
thoughts? What do you think?
I think you should need to kind of look through things and in order for you to have some discussion with the departments, to see why there's so many changes and variances. And you'll see that I've noticed that you've always dipped into fund balance budget wise, but the actuals never go into fund balance.
Right.
So I don't know if there's a lot of fluff in there or what's going on.
Okay. Do we have through the end of the month to look at this, or do we need
so
to?
I'm wondering if we can just put this as an item on your next agenda for a determination of your next steps. Is
That work for you?
Is
I
that
think so,
soon enough?
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay.
And then if you
Thank
need
you.
additional information, you just let me know and I'll get it for you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll do that. We got our homework. Sorry to take so much of your time.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so the budget draft we have, we're gonna take a look next time and figure next steps from there.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Okay. We have an executive session scheduled and then followed by other business, which is not related to the executive session to my knowledge. So with your consent, with the board's consent, we'll move other business ahead of the executive session and then we can adjourn the executive session, reconvene and do our normal close. Does that sound okay?
Yes.
Okay, the other business is the Del Norte School information. Does anybody have anything?
I do.
Okay.
I received a call from Chris Burr, I think it was on Monday, superintendent of the Del Norte School District. And he had watched the Zoom of our meeting on the 30th. And he had a lot of comments about what he perceived to be just factual discrepancies in terms of this board's recollection of how things played out with the soccer fields and the GOCO grant and the school's obligation, and then ranging into the ditch that was cut. And so what he and his attorney, the school's attorney, Kristen Edgar, have reached out and relayed to me is that the school's in the process of compiling records to show what the original intent of the parties was back in 1995 and 2010 when they did the walking trail, and then what payments were made. What they have been able to produce thus far is that the county made the payments. So just to be clear, I think it was an agreement where the county would pay 64% and the school would pay 36%, or vice versa. And this was back in 1995. The county has clearly paid its portion for the purchase agreement to Vernon Man. What the the school hasn't been able to produce are statements or records showing that the school satisfied their payment obligation to the Manns. According to Mr. Burr, Vernon Mann has said, yes, I was paid in full, the school paid their portion, notwithstanding the fact that the school hasn't been able to produce those records. The school very much would like to have that property. I know there have been competing interests in terms of D Mountain Park and Rec and the Del Norte School District. But what he would like to do, and I think makes good sense, is to get on the same page as to what documents actually exist evidencing the payments and the agreements of the parties. The school district's argument with respect to the walking trail and the maintenance of the walking trail is that they were never obligated on the grant. They're not a third-party beneficiary and have no responsibility under the walking trail grant agreement to maintain that. While I think that is technically true, there is a resolution that the Board of County Commissioners passed at the time of applying for that GOCO grant in 2010 that specifically indicated that the school would be responsible for maintaining that walking trail. So it was, I wasn't here, you all weren't here, but it at least appears to have been the intent of the parties or the intent of the Board of County Commissioners that in applying for this grant for the walking trail, they would, the school would maintain it. Mr. Burr has said that the school stopped maintaining it simply because his argument that it wasn't the school's responsibility to do so. But if they were to acquire the property, not only would they maintain it, but they have plans to expand the walking trail. My suggestion was that there be a work session to kind of hammer out some of those missing links. And, he also discussed the well. It is possible that some of the confusion with respect to the well that I previously discussed is that there are two wells. And some of those documents, although they make referrals to the same permit numbers, they may be referring to a different well. So there are a number of things to sort out there. But he reached out to me just because he was concerned that this board and the county didn't have all of the information, which I think is true. And I think it's kind of what we've said throughout is that we want to make sure that before we make any conveyance to anybody, we know what the original intent of the parties was and what the parties' respective compliance with those original agreements were. So I think a work session with the school and its board members, if this board is willing to do so, would go a long way in terms of clearing up some of those unanswered questions about that particular piece of property. He referenced meetings that he's had with this board back in 2016 and 2017. And that's just information that I haven't seen in the minutes. And certainly those aren't conversations that I was a part of. So there is definitely a lack of information on my part in terms of the history of the relationship between the school and the county on this as it pertains to this particular piece of property.
There's allegedly some sort of a document portfolio out there, and different people have seen it. People have called me and told me what they saw. I'm curious why the school has not provided that to this board or to you, because they're sharing it with other people. But consistent with what I heard a year ago, what I'm hearing about the documents is there was an agreement between the school, county, and Vernon Mann, who owned the property, that there would be some purchase agreement. That at some point there was a note and deed of trust. They only have a copy of the deed of trust, not the note. And at some point that deed of trust and that note were paid off. And at that time, the deed came to the county. Now, from Vernon Mann, the warranty deed. So the question was, while there was a proposed payment schedule and a relationship, an agreement between the school and the county, did in fact that actually happen, or did in fact the county end up paying for everything and then exercise some or implement some sort of accommodation for the school district to get reimbursed for that money? That is not clear based on the documents we've seen, but as I was reconstructing it, as people were explaining what they had in front of them, that's what it sounded like, because they have an amortization pro rata breakdown of the payment schedule. The school has not been able to produce,
In pencil.
pencil, yeah. The school has not produced any record of payments, actual record of payments. And the county has not produced any record of receipt of payment, if in fact the school is supposed to pay the county for it. And Vernon Mann's deed to the county, not to the school. So until we see those documents, but I would say send us the paperwork first, and then we'll have a conversation rather than get through this argument about.
And I do have a copy of the agreement that was executed in 1995 that spelled out that amortization schedule and what was to be paid, and then the minutes of the county reflect amounts that were consistent with the payments of the county as required by that agreement. So for example, in 1995, the county paid $9,000. The school should have paid 11 in 1996. The record 1996, 97, and 1998. The records reflect payments of $5,000 for each year by the county. What is missing are the payments from the school district, as you described. There was also a reference in one of the minutes that Mr. Burr forwarded to me that I'll forward to this board, but it was referenced by Suzanne Benton saying that the payments and the debt to Vernon Mann on this property had been fully satisfied. And then there was a reference from then County Attorney Bill Dunn, who said he would file that or get a copy of that note to the treasurer. So I was going to check with Sherry to see if there was any chance that the treasurer had a copy of that. But that would have been, I think, in September of 1998. I'm working off of memory here, but that reference was made in the minutes. And so, of course, we're going back 22 years and trying to reconstruct what actually happened. And it's pretty difficult to do with just the minutes. But I agree with you. I think getting on the same page, seeing what they have, I don't know what other people have seen, but what Mr. Burr had relayed to me is that the school just hadn't been able to produce those payment records because they're not in their possession, either because they weren't maintained or they were destroyed or whatever. They simply don't have a copy. So he was going to work on trying to get some statement from Mann that he had received those payments from the school. But your point is well taken, John, that I guess exists the possibility that it could have been the county that fully satisfied that obligation. And until we have proof showing that it was the school or whoever else it was, we just simply don't know.
Well, I still have questions about the taking care of the property and everything, because in the original conversation we had, school took care of the property so that they could use it. They watered it, they mowed it, and then when it came down to where they weren't going to get it, then they just quit taking care of it. That's why it's in the state it's in, which is rightfully so. But whatever it cost them to maintain that was according to what I had on there, was the original agreement was they were to maintain it, and it was to be maintained as a walking trail and then used for soccer fields and stuff. So,
well, we need the grant, the GOCO grant lists the county as the grantee. It says that the county is responsible for maintaining it. It also says in there that the county owns the property. So there were representations made to GOCO that the county owned the property. Whether they were accurate or not, we don't know. But that was the representation. Otherwise, we wouldn't have probably even been eligible to go in and apply for the grant. And so if you read that structure, you go, and these are, cross out like owns or doesn't own, cross out things. But it lays it all on the county. That document between us and GoCo. We have to maintain it. It's hard to maintain it when somebody goes out there and digs a ditch across your trail.
Well, I know that in this document that we received, I was looking for the point now, but there was, this goes through and shows the different points in time, what happened. And there was one that said that the school would maintain it.
I'm sure there does exist a document, doesn't it? It just doesn't say it in the GoCo agreement.
Yeah, it's not a part of the grant documents that there's a resolution by the board saying the school. will
Yeah,
maintain it.
I think that is probably absolutely true because the school can't enter into a contract with GoCo. It has to go through entities, so the land would be provided, taken care of, would be coming through whoever's on the.
Right, the school can't enter into a long-term contract like that. And so that's why the school's not an eligible recipient. The question I had as to, why would Rio Grande County have passed a resolution purporting to impose that type of requirement on the school, and whether there were any minutes prior to passing that resolution or as part of the discussion of that walking trail and the GoCo grant as it pertained to that walking trail, where anybody from the school represented that they would be maintaining and kind of formed the basis of that bargain.
Is that a rhetorical question?
Yeah, I don't expect anyone here has the answer, but that's one unanswered question that I have as to why that would be in there.
Just for my own edification here, what is your desire with this moving forward? What would you like as a result out of this?
Figure out who owns the land and who gets the
Does the
land.
county want to maintain it and own it?
There's another entity out there that wants on it. It gets complicated because the city was interested in it and then they weren't. And there's a GoCo who's eligible to manage a GoCo grant. So it either be the county, the city, or this recreation district called D Mountain. D Mountain stepped up and says, "You guys can't figure it out. We'd like to have it." Basically, that's what it amounted to. And we don't care as long as we take care of it. And but we hear all this stuff and we hear it on the street or phone calls. And so far, the school just hasn't provided us with the documents they claim they have. They may have given us something, a piece or something like that.
Do you think a work session would be beneficial? And if so, should I have Mr. Burr, they can relate through their attorney, but have them set something up with the board, or?
Can we get the documents first?
Which documents specifically do you want?
Whatever
You
he
want to see the
claims he
documents that
has.
forwarded? Okay.
Whatever's
out on the street would be good to see because there's a lot of them that.
We got people running around waving a sheaf of papers in the air, claiming that there's something, but they won't show them.
He indicated that you had had a conversation with Corey off.
Yeah.
And did Corey have any of the information?
Well, apparently,
or any of the documents?
according to Corey, Chris Burr had given him what Corey assumed to be whatever documents Chris Burr had. And Corey was going to, just on his personal commitment, bring them in to the county. But to date, I don't think they've shown up. And I don't think he was doing that on behalf of Chris Burr. So Chris Burr needs, officially, let's get him.
And is he a elected official or staff?
A superintendent.
Chris Burr is superintendent, Corey off is on the school board.
And I guess what the school board has done has been to appoint, I believe it was Corey and Keith Brown as liaisons to interact with and engage in discussions with D Mountain Park and Rec to see if they could come up with any common ground.
Sure.
So
there's all kinds of conversation on about the ball field. And
Yeah, doing a swap or doing something.
So Keith is another one who might have more information, but I'll forward what Mr. Burr had forwarded to me for your review. It contains a lot of those timelines. It doesn't answer any of the questions, but I
think that
you can at least review what he has provided to me.
Does that sound like a plan for everybody? You aren't even familiar with this. It's just.
No,
okay.
I got this much of the information from Suzanne as she was out the door, and she did leave a stack of records in her office that I don't think is anything new. I think it's just what she
Well,
had. But
that could very well, but to my knowledge, we haven't seen a lot of that because it was.
I'll
we asked,
look through what I do have and make sure.
we had asked for information, and at one point we were told, and this is 2 or 3 people ago, they couldn't find it. So maybe they found it.
I do believe that there is a file on the Google Drive that is just this topic.
Okay, I'll look for that too.
Waiting, Gene wanted to run the restroom right quick before we went into executive session. Do we have any other business that we can chat about right now that we need to?
And just so you're aware, I have a 2 o'clock meeting. Do you anticipate executive session taking?
I don't, but I can't speak for the.
I don't have anything, so.
Okay. I have, I don't think I have any much, but I think we ought to have it. I want to talk a little bit about some structural things. I'm not sure that it should be out there. One of them we can talk about, I'm sure. I talked to you, Judy, about recording requirements.
Yes.
Your thoughts on that?
And I have not had occasion to see how we're actually recording this other than the Zoom, which is recording. Executive session is so protected and so separate, it makes sense to have it completely isolated differently. And in my opinion, it should be in the attorney's possession for maintenance, although we could change that depending on what your preference is there. But if, are we recording on your computer also?
That's for her
So
benefit.
that's the public meeting and you're maintaining those recordings for the 6 months. And
Are you?
This is,
No, she's
what
not.
she's recording is just for her to do the minutes. What we're maintaining
Okay.
as
As an entity?
as an entity is the Zoom,
Okay.
which are being or historically have been moved to, have they been moved to the iDrive?
We
I believe-
should be downloading those recordings because they live in the cloud with Zoom unless we download them. So we can download them.
I
They're
think they're on that
physically
computer.
on that computer.
It's set to record directly here.
Yes.
So it
Okay.
is downloading directly to that computer. Executive sessions, I have been maintaining for 3 months as required by statutes. By statute. The problem is we were trying to maintain those separately.
Mhm.
That recording equipment, and I don't know if we just setting whatever, it is not reliable because it cuts out and then you have nothing.
What recording equipment are we using?
Well, we had been using the microphones over here that were
Okay.
provided by WSB. The other problem is that anything spoken into those microphones, unless you're hovering right over top,
Yes.
is essentially
Yes.
unintelligible because you can't hear it.
Okay. I can work a little bit on getting a good recording in a process. What I think should happen is whatever media is being recorded on, if it's like a card, is it an
It's a
SD
card.
card?
It's an SD.
Okay. So you physically have 2 separate SD cards, one for public, one for executive session. The executive session walks out with the attorney and is maintained for that.
That was the intent. Well, initially, before Ryan started retaining custody of him, I was told that we had 2 separate cards, regular meeting, executive session. Bobby says she was never able to find the executive session part.
Well, we will just start and do it right.
But if, I mean, it seems to me that, like so often happens, people come in and set up a recording system or sound system.
Sure.
And they don't test it, and they don't work through it, and so they assume it's not working properly, where it's just working
Need
with it.
settings, right.
But if we paid whatever 10 or 12,000 we paid for that and it wasn't working, WSB needs to come in and take care of it for us. And I don't believe that Zoom is a secure enough way to preserve things.
I think it has its challenges from several different aspects, and part of it is there are unknowns around it. There are technical issues. We were talking before the audio was picking up. You know, that's not a good thing. We didn't say anything that was disenfranchising a citizen's right to know, but how do they know that, right? So I would feel much better having an SD card recorder going. If we use Zoom, that's fine to do in addition, but and because we're creating a public record with the Zoom recording, we're still maintaining that record for the same 6 months. You look like you have a thought. Am I confusing you?
I'm kind of thinking that it's not a bad idea, especially until we get the recording equipment where we know that it is completely reliable. Is that I'm thinking, in my mind, it seems like a good idea to maintain the Zoom as well as the other.
I agree.
And during that time, we can work out whatever bugs might exist with that, but then we have a recording that we can rely on. And I know that, and I think part of the problem too is this all kind of came in with COVID and we couldn't use this other system if nobody was here. Right. And so that's all we have. In my mind, it's appropriate to have both.
I think so too.
And that once that's downloaded on that computer for executive session, that can be emailed to Ryan, verify that he got it and can open it and everything, and then delete it on that computer.
And I would choose not to do that by email just because our emails presumably are backed up by our email provider onto a server.
Okay.
So you have confidential things floating out there in someone else's
Or
possession.
put it on a flash drive or
Right.
whatever method.
Right.
But
The
then
more you can
verify.
segregate it, the better.
I think, yeah, but I think verify that it works before you delete the other one.
Oh, definitely.
As far as the Zoom stuff, this is a courtesy to the public.
It's our mechanism of dealing with the
Right.
challenge of.
And we're not
being in person.
required to do this. We could say 10 people only in here.
Right.
That's COVID response thing. And just do it that way. We could broadcast with the microphone to another room. This is a convenience. There are many agencies out there still waiting to get their owls so they can do their Zooms. And there's back order on it. But in any event, we need a standard system, and it changed, and a chip disappeared for whatever reason. And so, and it was executive sessions, which are our most sensitive, because they're not recorded there. So we have a single recording of those things, and that thing vanishes. And so that's why Ryan ended up being, well, he should have been the custodian from day one, but that's how he ended up being the custodian.
I think it should be the attorney. I haven't asked your preference yet, but I am assuming I am not needed in most executive sessions unless it pertains to me or something I need to do. But so I may not even be here to manage that recording, and the attorney will be able to do that.
So, in fact, as I see it, there was no reason to even turn that system on when we're in executive session.
Are we not turning it on for general recording right now also?
Is you have to have the microphone to do it.
Because of the changes. Okay.
We've been using it, but it's a penetrable system. And we've seen that. And so anyhow,
okay.
Are we ready? Is there anything else?
I have
for general?
another question. Is in our resolution, whenever we went to having the Zoom meetings or however the electronic meetings, does that, because that is still in effect, if we decide not to use Zoom, would that mean that we would have to either get rid of that resolution or create a new one?
This is what the other one said.
So the existing resolution, if I'm following what you're referring to, allows for electronic or telephonic participation in the Zoom or in the Board of County Commissioners meeting. There's no requirement that it has to continue. I think it would be a good idea to clean that up by way of a resolution saying, we're not going to do any more Zoom meetings and we're going to require in-person appearances. That's probably premature, given that we don't know what's going on with the pandemic right now, and how long that will last, but that's within the board's discretion. But I don't think that if everyone's here, I don't think you have to have a Zoom broadcast when everyone's here. That was simply for allowing for the electronic or telephonic.
It's permissive, not a requirement.
Right.
That was my question. Thank you.
And the other piece of that question is not a legal issue, but a citizen issue of if your citizens have come to expect the convenience of Zoom, do you want to continue it for their benefit? And that's a conversation I don't think we're ready to have yet because we're not even close to making that decision. But just to give that some consideration, a lot of people have found that they enjoy sitting at home and still participating.
And
in
throw
meetings,
and
so
screaming at the TV screen.
there you go.
Ryan has to leave. He has something at 2. You've got something at 3. Is there anything else that, before we go into executive session?
I don't have anything.
Okay. I will take a motion that we can adjourn the regular meeting for the purpose of going to executive session for a conference with the county attorney, the purpose of receiving legal advice under 24-6-4024B of the CRS and 24-6-4024F under the Colorado Revised Statutes Personnel Matters.
So moved.
Motion?
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We will let you know when we get back out and in and out.
I'm closing this Zoom meeting. I'm going to end that.
What I've been doing is stealing the